This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Well, the Nightbot I set up didn't work. Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. I'm not high, but then until that, I am not high enough for this shit now, wouldn't it? Welcome. Got all the fallout from last night's State of the Union address. Main thing I'm going to be focusing on tonight is the fact that I don't know if this is a first in American civics, but the phrase pussy ass bitch has been read into the Congressional record as of today. The phrase pussy ass bitch will now live in eternity. I got it? Yeah, well, fuck. God damn it, right off the bat. Yeah, things got a little wild. We're going to recap it. We're going to tell you all about it. You're going to hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene. I can't say the phrase now. The phrase P-word, donkey, female puppy was read into the Congressional record. Why? You'll have to stick around and find out. Guy Gomet, Warlord, good evening. Clinically, Voodoo, so glad to see all of you. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that the internet is being funky. I would usually say a different word, but I'm under a no profanity, a profanity embargo, if you will. Internet is being funky at the moment. I couldn't even, when I first started putting together the show, I couldn't even get YouTube to open. I believe it's working now. I could watch videos that I had the link for, but I could not go to the front page and look at the news section and scroll down as I usually, because I have multiple aggregate services that I go through and I scroll through in order to put this show together. And the front page of YouTube, the news section of YouTube is one of them. If I've got a lot of time, I go to the AP specifically. I go to Reuters. I go to DW has some good Funky Wednesday indeed. DW has some good clips I usually take from. Twitter has been acting weird today. Merkin, good evening. Progressive Aunt, good evening. Apparently my thing for my donation I set up last night to help me and the kitties not be homeless is not working. Yeah, there's been multiple things that have been having trouble that leads me to believe that something is up with the internet. Also, I didn't take into consideration the no profanity when I put up the donation bar. I didn't think about that. Help Justin and the kitties not be homeless. I'm being slightly facetious when I say that, but not really. I think I'm gonna be okay. But man, am I cutting it close. Oof. Lying for money. I mean, if that's what you call finding out what that news be doing. That's what my hobo character, my hobo troll there says. We'll do news for money. I think I've got it, and I think things things work out for me in the weirdest way. And I think this is going to work out. And I'm going to end up in I never even thought I love this town. And if I end up in this town, that is amazing to me. I've always loved this town. And just everything is cheaper over there. It hasn't been quite disturbed. Everything's in walking distance and Justin can go out and take care of himself. And if things work out, I'm like, wow, that's actually going to be pretty good for me, and I'll be in a good situation. If things work out, that's a big if. So I've got the tip set up. You can see the bar go burr whenever you donate and everything. Just need a little extra padding kind of deal. But once again, I am not asking you guys for anything. You guys have been wonderful. If you have it to spare and you donate, I will be forever grateful. And if you don't, I don't hold it against you. I didn't want to put the donation bar up anyway. Sometimes you gotta swallow your pride, though. It's one of those things where, like, I've got money, but do I have the money to pay first and last month's rent? Do I have the money to turn on electricity, internet, that sort of thing? Security deposit? Can I find a place where I can take my fucking kitties? Oof. But I found a listing that I think would be good. I'm just waiting to hear back from the peoples. I've put out multiple people have yet to get back to me, but like one in specific, like just the way they wrote the description, the decor inside the house, all of that was like, I think I would fit in well with you guys. I don't think we would have any trouble. Assert dominance. Oh, thank you, Sky Comment. I think I've got it taken care of. I just, like, if that, I do message me back soon would be very nice. I can go ahead and get the, because I've got the money that is needed for to live in a communal living situation. Do that specific place that I found a listing for. I've got the money to do like the first 2 months rent and give them some utilities and shit. Like, come let me move in now. Once again, it's in a town I've always loved. I've always loved that town. Oh, somebody for the cats. Exactly, that's why I use the cats. It's emotional blackmail for the cats. I don't even Sarpux. Man, I don't know how to say your name. Please give me a phonetical pronunciation so I can say it right. But it didn't hit the donation bar. What the hell? Dream Element said that shit worked. God damn it. We'll chalk it up to all of the... They aren't even real. They're deep fakes created by the government. You telling me this cat isn't real? You telling me this cat isn't real? God damn it. God damn it. Shit. The CIA puts microphones in cats? Well, I mean, it's not like I'm not surrounded by recording equipment anyway, right? If your computer is listening to you. Speaking of cats. Oh, that's the wrong screen. I don't know why it does that to me. There you go. There's your meme of the day. We're gonna talk a lot about the State of the Union. I mean, I'm over it, but you know, there's aftermath. The aftermath to go over, but before we get to that, we're gonna talk about the death toll in Turkey. Surpassing 12,000. expected to still rise for days to come. Heartbreaking. We go to Memphis, where apparently officer texted a photo of Tyree Nichols after beating the shit out of him to at least 5 people. Show you video of the aftermath of a shooting in Littleton, Colorado by the police of a man on a motorcycle. Don't believe we've talked about this story yet, but thankfully for good journalism by a local news station, they think something funky is going on with the cops in Littleton, Colorado. Wouldn't be a first. Also going to take you to a farmer in El Paso County, Colorado. They're a black rancher. A black rancher. Complained of racism and harassment from their neighbors. They have now been arrested. Let me repeat that again. The black rancher who complained of racism has now been arrested in El Paso County, Colorado. I'll take you to a moment that we might have missed because we were watching the drama. I don't know, maybe you guys saw it when we were watching the State of the Union last night. Kevin McCarthy, House Speaker, actually shooshed his caucus as they were all in an uproar. Which is... The whole thing is like Marjorie Taylor Greene accused Joe Biden of lying about Medicare and Social Security, but he did. Like, it's a whole weird story here. Like, Biden even went out of his way to be like, I know it's not the whole party, but then like half of the Republicans are for it. It's weird. This whole thing, Republicans don't even know what they stand for, to be honest with you. Maybe that's the issue. When you stand for nothing, you fall for everything. Is that the way the saying goes? We're gonna hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene. She titled her tweet "The Real State of the Union," I believe. This is the real State of the Union. Much like Trump did. Yin yang, though. We got to be a yin yang here. We got to balance everything out. We're going to hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene on her thoughts of the State of the Union. And then we're going to hear from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a representative from Brooklyn, about her thoughts and the outburst that happened during the State of the Union. Ooh boy, we saw it last night when we were watching it. The confrontation between Mitt Romney and George Santos. We got the initial report that Romney said that Santos shouldn't be there. There's more to it. I got more of the juicy deets. George Santos. I'd like to go one fucking... God damn it. George Santos did it to me. I would like to go one fucking day without talking about George Santos. Republicans in a room together with a bunch of libs just turns into Jerry Springer. Sky Comet, what do you want me to put in the Discord? Yes, always cover your camera after me turn your equipments off. They are listening to you. And it's not the government listening to you, it's big corporations listening to you for marketing purposes, but as I say many times... Oh, put the meme in there? Sure thing. Absolutely. As I say many times, the issue is that the government does not need a warrant for anything that you willingly gave to a corporation, and that the corporation will willingly hand over to the government, which, by the way, is pretty much anything. So, by proxy, the government is spying on you. I mean, I like to think so clinically. As a leftist, I believe we can take over the powers of government, the levers of government, and exert power, and that we can separate the two. But as I was having the conversation with our friend Epic Gaines the other day, you know, he's wanting Goldman Sachs to make economic policy. And I'm like, dude, what do you think we're doing right now? Oh, you want to give Goldman Sachs more power? More power. Yes, absolutely. Do not use period apps at all anymore. Delete that off your phone. Probably, like, even if you keep a calendar, probably a good idea not to even write that down anymore. We are living in wild times. We know that Republicans are indeed requesting just absurd records. From the menstruation cycles of high school athletes in Florida, to some of the stuff that they have subpoenaed in Texas and Alabama in relation to court cases. They gone crazy. They've been gone crazy for a while. Oh, I wasn't done writing everything down, was I? We had a hearing today in the House that got a little wild. As I said, there's a phrase that has been read into the Congressional record that I can't believe is now in the Congressional record, and I can't say it because somebody put the no profanity on me. You're going to see Lauren Boebert go off on a Twitter executive or a former Twitter executive. Representative Higgins threatens one of the executives with arrest. Chrissy Teigen surprised when one of her tweets was read into the Congressional record. And then apparently Jamie Raskin, who is undergoing chemo treatment, like, I'm gonna make a joke about the bandana because he looks like he's a gang member now, and I think he's rocking it, but like he's doing this because he's going through chemotherapy for cancer. He looks like a gangbanger with the bandana. Here I am. Here I am trying to insult people for wearing a bandana. The audacity. The lack of self-awareness on my part. I think Raskin rocks it. But perhaps the hard life is seeping into his ability to be able to give bangers of closing statements on the House floor today. We're going to check in with the Church of Satan, which says it was not impressed by Sam Smith's performance at the Grammys. A man who stole some monkeys in Texas says he'll do it again. I think it's the Church of Satan voodoo, but we'll get the yeah. I don't know which one it actually is. It's one of those. I think it's the Church of Satan or whatever. It might be the Satanic Temple, but apparently they were totally not impressed with Sam Smith and Kim Petras' performance. Maynard wasn't impressed either. Maynard didn't see it, but I assume if he did, he wasn't. Were you impressed, buddy? Oh, he's asleep. He is totally out over there. You don't want to come up here and give your thoughts on Sam Smith and Kim Petras? Okay, buddy. Oh, fine. Very much not impressed. Well, he didn't like that I grabbed him a few minutes ago and put him on camera. Oh, he is not the sweet. I have 2 sweet cats and one just complete butthole. Maynard is the butthole, if you guys weren't aware, but I love him anyway. Dox and Smokey, sweetest cats ever. Maynard, he's a troublemaker. I am not high enough for this poo-poo. Just cleaned off the lens of the camera the other day. Already resonant it back up. I came in, didn't see the meme. Here you go. That's today's meme of the day. It was hard to decide. Almost went with this tweet. No need to worry about that balloon picking up any intelligence. If you didn't understand the cat thing, well, I mean they're just being cats. That's how cats are. Cicero, good evening. They can't help how the Lord made them. Maynard don't know why we think he's a butthole, or maybe he does, and he's just a cat and he doesn't care. If you didn't see it, I don't think I have any video touching on it. Marjorie Taylor Greene took this giant balloon that. Why didn't you draw some black marks on the bottom of it to make it look like the satellite? Mocking Joe Biden and the Chinese spy balloon fiasco. But it's weird that they're mocking the Chinese spy balloon fiasco. So I didn't get a chance to really dig into the story, and we're going to cover that here in the middle of the show. So you've heard that the Trump administration apparently let 3 Chinese spy balloons fly over the country. And then we had like John Bolton and the director of national intelligence and all these people came out, and we were like, we didn't know about no Chinese spy balloon. That didn't happen. Yeah, it turns out they didn't know. See, I thought the Pentagon was aware of it happening. No, the Pentagon was not aware of it under the Trump administration. Apparently, those 3 Chinese spy balloons were detected by the Biden administration and the Pentagon under the Biden administration. And they have offered to give the previous administration a briefing on the 3 Chinese spy balloons that they didn't detect. Seriously, that happened. Let me go fix the Nightbot. I don't know why that did that. Beanie time, you say? See, I don't have a graphic for Beanie time. You got to tell me that thing. You got to tell me that. Yes, a lot of people, they like to see my baldness. They say I try to hide it with a bandana. I don't try to hide it. What are you talking about? Do I wear a bandana? Yes. Am I trying to hide my baldness? No, I just think I look cool with it. I think Jamie Raskin looks cool with it. Apparently that balloon was really advanced. Talking about some 1980s spy. Apparently we've come a long way in balloon spying technology. Once again, I have this donation bar up, which apparently didn't work for the first donation I got. Thank you to whoever did that. The thing did not tell me who it was, but I love you so very much. I'm being slightly hyperbolic when I say help Justin and the kitties not be homeless, but also not really. Apparently this was a part of a whole fleet that have been deployed all over the world. But we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get all the deets on the spy balloon, because everybody's still talking about the spy balloon. Thank you, Sky Comet. I love you so much. And also, like, anything that if you donate, if you are subbed to the channel, if there is anything you want, if you're one of my patrons, if you have given me money in any way and you want something like a cameo type thing, you want me to lay into somebody and give them what for, or you want me to make a Photoshop for you or a meme or some shit, let me know. Happy to do it. Anything you come up with, audio, visual wise, you come up with a good idea for a drop, get in touch with me. We'll make it. I'll make you a video. I'll do whatever you want. And like, I've thought about adding like a 25, like my Patreon is $1, $3, and $5 a month. I don't ever want to go any higher than that. Those are the entry points for the content. I want YouTube to mirror that with the YouTube subs and everything. But I'm thinking about creating like a $25 a month Patreon. And if you subscribe there, you get all the stuff you get on all the other Patreons. And if you want, I'll show you my dick. I don't think anybody wants... Yeah, I'll do an erotica audiobook for you. We can make that happen. I played the one thing the other day. This was an audition I did for an audiobook. This is Justin Mullins auditioning for the book Can I Taste It by David Weaver. Pussy. There isn't a taste bud combination greater than the flavor of a lady's nature. A guy like myself, I could eat pussy for hours at a time, and at a high skill level. This is before I got this microphone. They talk like this and shake their heads, and this microphone is way better than that microphone, though that microphone didn't sound bad. World with similar attributes. Unbeknownst to them, that I would draw a picture of their clits with my tongue and erase it. The Hypno-Dom market. I've tried watching some of those videos. Those aren't sexy. That ain't sexual anarchy to me.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I've thought about trying to move. Yeah, guys, I end up out on the street. Who's going to take me in? It's going to be like a church. I'm going to have to find Jesus or say I found Jesus in order to get back on my feet. I have not heard back from the church in Brooklyn. I got an email from them on like Sunday. They're like, we're interested in you for this position. I looked them up and I'm like, all right, like I could do this, and they look like they got a little money. I was like, maybe I should email them and tell them the sob story and be like, well, to be honest with you, I have not. Everything looks right for this. I don't know why. I don't know why donation doesn't work. Everything looks right. Have a cop for a landlord. I mean, at this point in time, I'm like, beggars can't be choosers. I don't give a shit where I'm at. I'll leave this. I don't have a passport at the moment, so I can't leave the country. But fucking, I don't give a shit if I live in the U.S. Here's what I need to find. I need to find some gal, someone on the female side of the spectrum. If it's a gal that has a penis, that's totally fine as well. And she has some space in an apartment, and she's been trying to do adult content, and she, has some success, but wants to take her adult content to the next level. I'm your man. I've got this marketing thing down. I've got the video production down. We can take your adult content to the next level. I will film you fucking people. Doesn't have to be a relationship. Can be a casual relationship. Do you need my dick for videos? I don't care. That's what I need right now. I'm entering Tate territory. No, but I don't want there to be a power dynamic. I want it to be a 50-50 partnership. Tadpole, good evening. I don't do scat. I could be into that. I don't think I could film it. Tate wanted to dominate women and have them make him money. I want to put into work and help uplift another person. I do water sports. I'm into that. I know you are, Voodoo. That's my goal. I want to uplift people. I want to help people out. It's kind of upsetting me that like somebody made a donation and it didn't hit the bar. I thought I tried all that out and it would be correct. Don't blame it on the funky internet. All right, we ain't find out what that news be doing yet. 30 minutes is too long for me to ramble about bullshit. Lenny, good evening. Well, I should probably put like an ad on FetLife or something. But yeah, I don't want to be Andrew Tate. I don't want to dominate over women. I want to be an equal partner with them. Help both of us out. And ideally, if I found somebody I connected with, and they could be the co-host of the Friday Night Freak Show as well, and do their adult content, we can build a whole content empire online. And I have other ideas for X-rated content. I want to do a version of the Troll Patrol. Not that I want to be involved in porn. I just want to do a show like this that's X-rated that's on like Pornhub. Troll Patrol plus titties. That's what I want. Eventually one day we'll get there. A Troll Patrol plus titties. I'm not joking either. Oh, Jesus. Paytos? I'm not into foot shit, but I guess I could take pictures and... I unlike the scat, I could actually do foot content. Oh, goddamn. The Troll Patrol is on Tit Watch. We're going one way. We're going one way or the other. We're either going like full X-rated on the Troll Patrol, or we're giving our lives over to God, and it's gonna be the Holy Patrolly. One way or the other. Oh, goddamn. We're at a crossroads right now in life. And also, I should go ahead and make you aware that, like, the Troll Patrol may be on temporary hiatus after this week. We gotta see how things shake out. I think I might have things covered. If I hear back from this listing, in a town I've always fucking loved, and I don't even know why I've never even thought to go live there. Completely walkable. Prices are not outrageous. These people seem cool. It's just a room I can go move into. I think they might be college students or grad students or something. And they seem chill. They seem to be neat. I would definitely fucking I'm gonna have to I guess I'll have to delete that one. I would like to find some place that I could post up until after the 2024 election. Hopefully the next place I'm sitting and talking to you guys at is the place I will be through the 2024 election. Because as a political streamer, we've got to prepare for that. Because you guys may not realize how close we are to this shit really ramping up. We will have, like, it gets sooner and sooner every year. I think during the 2020 cycle, I think debates started in August. I think it was the end of August, like Fox had the first Republican debate. Not Republican. No. We were MSNBC had the first Democratic debate. I'm sorry. How, like, okay, what's going on with Twitch politics? How are they trying to kill it off? I'm just over here finding out what that news be doing. To me, it seems like the Twitch political streamers are trying to kill each other off. It seems like it's a people keep coming at each and like a fucking. Well, here's the cool thing about me is I don't want to be partnered. If I qualified for partner, I don't think I would take it. I don't think I want to subject myself to those rules. I like being on all the platforms at all the time. I think my goal, and I have the skills to be able to do this, that other streamers might not, and that's why partnership is a good path for them. Because I feel like I can sell advertising on my own show. I can make the commercials for the people that I sell advertising to. Much like I have my own commercial breaks for my shit, you know. I can make a commercial break, and where Twitch plays the ads, I can just sell that on my own. And I would rather do that than be subjected to all of a Fleshlight sponsorship. Okay, so I told you guys I've emailed back and forth with like a person that does, you know, Twitch streamer marketing, blah blah, whatever the fuck you want to talk about it. Like, I've got a friend who does it, and I've went back and forth with them. And one of the things that when I was talking about potential sponsorships, I'm like, you know, head shop, CBD. Well, that kind of thing fits well with me. Bands that have new albums they wanna promote. Shit like that. In a way, I kind of don't want to do dick pills, but then again, dick pills fit my brand very well. So Blue Chew, pay me, I guess. Yeah, I am on the path I want to be on, and at this point, it's just I've built it, and now they come, right? And you guys have seen the numbers go up. You're part of the numbers going up. Like I think we have something special here. If I shut up and get to what that news be doing, I think I have a product that will appeal to people. So it's just I've had my 5-year plan all along. I knew for the first year of doing this, I may talk to nobody, and I exceeded that. I probably averaged 5 or 6 viewers the first year. And I was like, I'm certain I'm going to speak to nobody for a year. But then it was after January 6th. January 6th is when Warlord. We found that out the other day. January 6th is when Warlord subscribed to the channel. And then from there, it was trickling in. And like having Dave and Media Winch and a sister channel over there, that is fun. That is we are helping each other out a lot. And should both of us become bigger, I would hope that like that help even gets even more. Like I'd even talked about, JustinFREAKIN is going to be under an Echoplex Media banner at some point in time or whatever. Maybe we move to a facility together that's an even bigger podcasting house. Yeah, the Matt Walsh thing helps. Oh, do you guys really want to see this? This is what's wild. Let me show you the analytics from YouTube. And this is how I know I'm on the right path. So I can show you the YouTube analytics. I might have to just go ahead and go to YouTube. I had a screenshot of it, but goddamn, I saved so much shit in my download folder. Yes, Duplex and I share an audience. There's a Venn diagram there. That bump right there is Matt Walsh. That's where Matt Walsh mentioned me. That bump is where Matt Walsh mentioned me. This has been this past fall through now. I think I'm on the right path. The craters you see is YouTube banning me. I was banned during the election week. I didn't get to do election coverage live on YouTube. And that's where that crater right there is. Yeah, November 11th right there, Friday. Wednesday, November 9th. That would have been the election. So I'm pretty sure I'm on the right path. Tones, good evening. Because that's my bump from Matt Walsh. And also, if you saw my numbers, yes, $66 is what I made in a year on YouTube. So that's why, like, you can't depend on YouTube for revenue. And that will give you a good example of why so many of the channels are like, please follow my Patreon. Please, YouTube is killing me. We can't keep putting in the effort for what YouTube is paying us. Lenny, it kills me that I got banned during election week, because one of the reasons for that gigantic bump was all the debates we did. I got gangbuster numbers for the Senate debates and the governor debates we did, because not a lot of people were covering that shit. And then I clipped and made shorts and shit of them, and those did well. So I found my niche. But now the issue is I'm in a lull time. This is another break for politics. Things ramp back up this fall when we start doing primary debates. And then this time next year, we're actually in primary season. So that's why I'm saying that the next place I need to be sitting, coming to you guys with the Troll Patrol, Needs to be the place that I'm going to be through 2024. I know exactly what I did. And then, like, the last 2 strikes I've had on YouTube are stupid. They are stupid. I didn't violate their fucking rules. Stupid. One of them was we had a fucking around stream. Justin, good evening. We were doing a fucking around stream, and I don't do those on YouTube anymore because of this. Apparently, you can play one song off of an album and get away with it. But if you play multiple songs off of an album, somehow that falls into YouTube's deceptive practices. And I guess we were listening to somebody, and I'm like, ooh, now I'm on a kick. I'm going to listen to this, and we like listened to like 5 songs in a row by the same person. And somehow that's a deceptive practice on YouTube. And then the other strike was my I'm not ever going to do a stream like that on YouTube again. So if you guys are watching on YouTube, I hate to limit the content that you get, but like on Twitch, I'll pop on like a Friday, Saturday night, and we'll be up late at night watching music videos. God, we did stand-up comedy the other night. We watched Robin Williams and Mitch Hedberg. We watched Whitest Kids You Know and Brass Eye. That was a hell of a lot of fun. Tadpole stumbled in by mistake, but it's all entertaining. Fucking A. Oh my God, I've never talked about the Eagle. Well, we're at the point where the news comes after the commercial break tonight. I'm bullshitting up until the commercial break. The Eagles. I do not like I almost pulled out Bill Hicks, but I just felt like I felt like more people would appreciate Robin Williams. And we watched the 1986 Robin Williams. 1986 from the Met. It was awesome. And he came out, and I said at the time that he was going 100 miles an hour and never slowed down. He was going 200 miles an hour and didn't slow down. So later we're watching Brass Eye, and I'm cracking up over Brass Eye, and Warlord's like, Justin wasn't prepared for the jokes per second from British comedy. And I'm like, motherfucker, we just watched Robin Williams high on cocaine. I don't even think Brass Eye jokes per second. Indeed, it's a high ratio. But I don't think Brass Eye can even hold a candle to Robin Williams on cocaine in 1986. Yeah, he always had his foot on the gas pedal, but I mean, he would have been 30 maybe 32, somewhere in that age, like prime, young, high as fuck on cocaine. Tell me about jokes per second. And he had a whole bit about how Walt Disney was a Nazi, and Disney was they invented Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was one of their animatronics. It was the last wish of a dying Walt Disney was I want to create the perfect president. It was amazing. Anyway, I forgot what I was talking about. Fun. Well, I'm going to go refill my coffee. Then we're going to have the commercial break happen. And when we come back from commercial break, I'm actually going to hit you with some really sad news. We're going to find out what that news be doing. And of course, it'd be doing stupid shit. It'd be making everybody sad and mad and shit. What that news be doing? Making people mad and sad. But I mean, I got fun shit too. I mean, I guess the dude that let the monkeys out in Texas says he'll do it again. Apparently not remorseful about letting the monkeys out. I'm laughing, but like he might have been some eco-terrorist or something that was like doing it for a good cause. We don't like these monkeys being in captivity, and for that, like, I might applaud him. The Church of Satan, it is the Church of Satan, I can verify that. The Church of Satan, not impressed by Sam Smith. I don't know, maybe they think they can do it better. I don't know. The phrase, pussy ass bitch. The phrase pussy ass bitch was read into the Congressional record today. We are living in wild times. Oh shit. Dennis Leary, fucking asshole. That was like my jam. Cause I'm an asshole, Leo. Americans aren't funny? Do you think I'm funny? A lot of people don't think I'm funny. I would say I may be one of the most unfunniest comedians of all time, but like I've been to a lot of open mics. I get some chuckles. And you gotta, well, thank you, Fragwits. Not funny, but entertaining. Fair enough. I will take that. As long as I'm entertaining, I'm down with it. I would like to imagine that I present you with funny things, though. Interesting things as well. We watch some wild ass videos on this show. Oh, goddamn. Oh yeah, when we come back from the other side of the break, this congressional hearing on Twitter, I got several clips to play for you. It's a wild one. We're going to talk about the balloon saga, the military intelligence reports that tell us that that multiple balloons passed over the continental United States during the Trump administration. The Trump administration didn't even detect them, and that's why a bunch of officials went on Fox News and was like, that didn't happen. We didn't know about that. Apparently it did, and they were just incompetent. Surprise, surprise. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and that's hilarious. The right wing has been trying to grill Biden about doing the wrong thing about the fucking balloon. But apparently it happened 3 times under Trump, and those motherfuckers didn't even detect the balloon. Jesus Christ, right-wingers can feel no embarrassment. I feel secondhand embarrassment for them, to be honest with you. Jimmy Fallon and Jay Leno aren't funny. I agree. David Letterman is funny. Voodoo, like Mezzer's trying to be subversive. And also trying to get a rise out of everybody. I believe I've figured Mezzer out. David Letterman was my jam. I would watch David Letterman and then I'd flip it over and watch Conan O'Brien. When I was, early teens, I started staying up late and watching that kind of shit. Around 13, 14, 15, like I never missed a David Letterman. I never missed a Conan O'Brien. I watched Saturday Night Live. Sitting Cow. One of my favorites is from the late night show with David Letterman before Conan took over. He went out. God, he rented a car with somebody. I don't even remember the setup, but somehow they're pulling over on the side of the road, and Dave goes to check the dipstick, and they've got like a dummy dipstick in there, and it's dipped in chocolate. And like Dave's like licking the oil off of the dipstick. I actually stole that. I did that as a some kind of a bit that we did for my high school show. I had a fake dipstick in a bottle of chocolate. Oh, Sky Comment, I'm sorry you got the bronchitis. I think I saw you say something about that in the Discord. That sucks some ass. I don't keep up with his interview show enough. I mean, like, my favorite part of Dave was the bits and the interaction with Paul and everything. But like, I still love Dave. I should watch the interview segment. All right, if you're watching on Twitch, you're gonna get a 3-minute break. If you're not subbed, we try to play all the commercials at once. When we come back from that 3-minute break, go get you something to drink. Take a tinkle. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to refill my coffee. When we come back, we're actually going to find out what that news be doing. We're going to do the real show. Promise you. Those of you who are subbed, you just get like a little short break. I'll be right back.
We live in turbulent.
I love that break. I love the voiceover and everything. Get your news from a source that's freaking reliable. I've been slacking on the freaking newses, but that's because, like, in a sticky situation. Gray Matter, good evening. If you may just be joining us, I do have a donation bar, which apparently doesn't work because we've had donations. I thought it worked. I tested it on Streamlabs. Maybe I have to have Streamlabs open in order for it to work. Maybe that's the thing. Tones, thank you for throwing out the gift subs. You are so fucking awesome. I've got it open now. We're getting close to that 69 goal. It's quite possible there's not even anybody watching commercials right now, but there's like 50 seconds left in the commercial break. I've got the donation thing up. I'm being kind of facetious when I say help Justin and Kitties not be homeless, but also not. Like, Justin thinks he has everything covered. He's in a very precarious spot. He thinks he's got it and he's going to be able to squeak by with just like the skin of his teeth. And hopefully we'll face very minimal interruption to Troll Patrol and online content. And hopefully minimal interruption to my actual job where I have to make videos for people. But it never hurts to have a little padding just in case. Yes, Hidden Cow, you must be subbed. Somebody has given you a gift sub at some point in time. Maybe, I don't know. Who timed you out? How have you been timed out in my chat? Sitting Cow's an OG. You've even got a you're a fucking mod. How in the who timed Sitting Cow out? How in the fuck? Psychofap, good evening. Psychofap also might be a troublemaker, but I like him. I like him. It was probably for a good reason. Like, Sitting Cow been here forever. So yeah, I would assume that Sitting Cow got timed out before they got modded. Which doesn't allow any... Oh! Once again, is the donation thing not fucking working? Streamlabs, I hate you. How is that a thing? Test donation. Well, it did it on here. Ah, Media Winch did it for 1 second. Okay. That would explain it. It was in jest. I was like, Sitting Cow didn't fucking get timed out on my channel. But it was totally in jest. So thank you to whoever donated, but I can't see it because fucking shit's a bitch. I can't see it on Twitch. I don't even know how I have it set up. I thought I changed the tip thing down below to where it linked to the Streamlabs, which was linked to this bar, but who timed the cow out? Who? Me. I did a freaking news just a few weeks ago. It's horrible of me. That's the thing is, I'm such a horrible person. But it cracks me up. This guy was mauled by pit bulls. And I got the sweetest looking pit bulls. I also don't think they're real. I think they're like 3D assets. But that's the song I used. Who let the dogs out? It's horrible of me. It's horrible of me. I'm a horrible person. If you want to see horribleness continue, Elderos. Caprice Martini. What? How can I help you out, Helderose? I don't understand what Caprice Martinis. I'm not sure what you're talking about. But if I can be of a help to you, I absolutely will. Tell me what I can do for you. Oh shit, something showed up in the donation now. Apparently it works somehow. Oh no, this is the right chat. $20 showed up. But there's been other donations. Yes, my donation thing is not working or something. I don't know if I've got the right link up or some shit. I've fucked up. My apologies. The thing that popped up with the money, with the Will Ferrell, I bet that's linked to Stream Elements. Lenny, thank you. Yes, that's what showed up on our bar. So that one is hooked up to Streamlabs. Somehow I fucked all this up. But I tried to change everything to the Streamlabs. I love you, Lenny. Thank you so much. You have been a big supporter of the Troll Patrol, and it is a thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I I want to be able to pay this forward. I want to get myself in a position to where I have the money to help other people, that I can use whatever little bit of internet clout I have to bring attention to issues that need attention, raise money for causes I care about, because like I myself, when I have it to spare, I donate to the Southern Poverty Law Center. I donate to the ACLU. Weed and I need to smoke. Thank you. And then we will find out what that news be doing. Because some of you come for the news. You don't come to hear me bitch. And give you a sob story. If you are just joining us, the donation bar, like, I'm kind of being facetious when I say help Justin the kitties not be homeless, but kind of not. I think I got it covered, but by the skin of my teeth. A little extra padding can always help, though. I don't, Emmerich, you are correct, but I don't want to have money. I don't want to be Vosh buying a mansion somewhere, or Hassan, whoever got the. See, I don't keep up with the drama. Hassan bought the mansion that everybody gave him the hard time about, right? Which I think it was like $4 million, and it's in fucking LA, so probably hardly a mansion. Got to think relative. I do not begrudge Hassan's success. I just want to live comfortably. I want to be able to buy nice cheese from the store and go to a concert every month or so. Yeah, clinically, I've not seen it. That's what I'm saying. It was $4 million and it's in LA, so, or I think it was $4 million. I don't know. So $4 million in LA isn't exactly going to get you a mansion. So it's all relative here. I never want to live in LA. And to be honest with you, like I've been hitting around the area where, like, hopefully I'm going to be moving to in the next week or so. I may live there the rest of my life. I love that fucking little town. It is a little hippy-dippy town that hasn't been gentrified yet. And that's one of the reasons why, like, all the property is it's not open. There's no highway that takes you directly there. It's a 2-lane road that winds to it. And I was looking at the restaurants in the town, and there's a lot of, like, farm fresh stuff. There's one of those where, like, you pay whatever you can because they don't want anybody going hungry. It is such a little hippie town. But all the buildings are old and shit because there's been no gentrification. The culture is so fucking rich. There's probably even a couple of clubs I can do stand-up comedy in, even though it's a really small hippie town. And I'm like, why didn't I think about going there? Like, I've always loved going through that town. I would always stop and hang out. And it's walkable. It's walkable. The whole town is walkable. North Carolina. I don't want to say the name of the town because I don't want to let the secret out of the bag. I don't want people to know about this place because I don't want it to be gentrified. It is not Asheville, and it is a college town. If you have been to it or been through it, you're like, you may very well know where I'm talking about and be like, yeah, that is a fucking badass town. I hate to see what does happen to it in 10, 20 years when people discover it. maybe I need to move there and do the thing where, like, you go out and you shoot your gun every week or two just to make sure the property values stay in reason. Entirely walkable. I can walk. Moorhead is in Kentucky, and that is not a walkable town, and it is not a fun town. I don't like Moore. And my apologies to anybody who went to fucking Moorhead and liked it. I don't particularly find Moorhead very appealing. Stop trying to guess the town. I do not want to say the name of it. I would assume the majority of this little town is leftist. You're right, Cicero. You're absolutely right. Stray bullets fucking kill people. Stray bullets kill people, and far more often than you would think. People shooting their stupid guns up in the air. That is absolutely a thing. I don't want to say the name of it. I don't want somebody to hear it and be like, ooh, let's look up real estate here. Ooh, let's go in and gentrify this town. I've always loved it. I've always loved that little town. Hildebeest, good evening. So glad to see you. We're going to find out what that news be doing as soon as I find a screen for my bong. Your gun isn't stupid, you are. Yes, thank you for shouting out Hildebeest. I always feel bad when I forget to tell people to shout out other creators. If you guys can do that without me, I'd be doing other shit. I mean, bag of screens. Whole show is a disaster. And then I'm gonna play you clips from Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert. Blah 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 blah. Let me see if I can scrape this screen off. God damn, it's in bad shape. Oh, that one's gunked all to hell. I lost the one that was in it just now. It came out when I was scraping it. I need to check and see if Twitch has approved any of my emotes. I have such cool emotes. Okay, that one will work. Anyway, we were just talking about how Justin thinks he has a place to live, and it's actually working out really well because it's in a town Justin has always really fucking loved. Justin doesn't understand why he didn't think about going there sooner. Justin thinks he's gonna... I don't know why I'm speaking in third person. I think I'm really gonna like it. I think I'm really gonna like it there. You know, do you want to know where I keep my guns? At the gun show, yeah. I do not have guns. I'll compare jacking muscles with you guys. I've probably got that going on pretty well. I don't begrudge you if you do have guns. I'm not a gym rat kind of guy. Hildebeest. Is Tone still playing Santa Claus? Oh, Cicero, thank you for giving Hildebeest a gift sub. I love you. Clinically said get back to the news. You're right. Been here this whole goddamn time and we ain't done no fucking news. And that is totally my bad. I am so fucking sorry. I've been trying to pack this bong. And also, like, the coffee I was drinking in the first hour of the show, it was not fresh coffee. This is fresh coffee, and my God, it's so much better. There was like a cup left in the coffee pot, probably one from where I made coffee yesterday. And I drank it, but like that's better. That's the good shit. All right, let's find out what that news be doing. Let me come at you with horrific shit. That news be making you sad and mad. That's what we got going on tonight, as always. Let me hit the content warning. Shame on your family. Shame on your cow. My cow is sitting cow. Shame on you, sitting cow. Turkish leader acknowledges shortcomings in Quaker response. We have an update on the body count, and it ain't pretty. President of Turkey on Wednesday acknowledged shortcomings in his country's response to the world's deadliest earthquake in more than a decade, as hope dwindled that more survivors would emerge from the rubble of thousands of toppled buildings. Fuzzy Face, good evening. The confirmed death toll is now approaching. This is updated an hour ago. The confirmed death toll is now approaching 12,000. 12,000. Do ninja fart. Tadpole is in here. There are people in Turkey that have died of COVID, yes. There was also an earthquake that killed 12,000 people. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, I always fuck his name up. I can say Erdogan. That is how you actually say his last name. Recep Tayyip Erdogan. I think I got close. Visited the especially hard-hit Hatay province, where more than 3,300 people died and entire neighborhoods were destroyed. Residents there have criticized the government's efforts, saying rescuers were slow to arrive. Erdogan, who faces a tough battle for re-election in May, reacted to the mounting frustration by acknowledging problems with the emergency response to Monday's 7.8 magnitude quake, but said the winter weather had been a factor. The earthquake also destroyed the runway at Hatay's airport, further disrupting the response. It is not possible to be prepared for such a disaster, Erdogan said. We will not leave any of our citizens uncared for. He also hit back at critics, saying dishonorable people were spreading lies and slander about the government's action. Now, sir, I know a little bit about Erdogan, and I would say, like, there's been a lot of what you have been accused of is probably true. Turkish authorities said they were targeting disinformation, and an internet monitoring group said access to Twitter was restricted despite it being used by survivors to alert rescuers. Meanwhile, rescue teams in Turkey and Syria search for signs of life in the rubble. Teams from more than 24 countries have joined tens of thousands of local emergency personnel in the effort, but the scale of destruction from the quake and its powerful aftershocks was so immense and spread over such a wide area that many people were still awaiting help. Experts said the survival window for those trapped under the rubble or otherwise unable to obtain basic necessities was closing rapidly. At the same time, they said it was too soon to abandon hope. So still a search and rescue effort, but the window for that is closing fast before it becomes the entirety becomes a recovery effort of bodies. Right-wingers are fucking morons. Dumbest fucks walking the planet. As exhibited by our friend in chat there. But you, do ninja fort. And I mean, just the fact that you would make a joke over George Floyd shows that you don't even have any principles as a conservative. To a right-winger, based on their positions of freedom and liberty and blah, 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 you would think that the state abusing its power and killing someone in the middle of the street would be something you would find outrage about. But no! Showing you are bereft of actual principles. I wish you fucks could feel embarrassment. I think somebody banned him a long time ago, and I unbanned him the other day just because I went through and just pretty much unbanned everybody. because I'm like that. If you guys want to ban them again, you can go for it. But that's kind of cool that they're, I guess you do stop by and watch even when you are banned. I do that good of a show, don't I, Ninja Fart? Because you were watching to know that you were unbanned. That's how good of a show JustinFREAKIN does over here on the Twitch. I take pride in that. I'm going to take you to Littleton, Colorado. Thank you, Hilda Beast. Shelly, good evening. I got enough pets, and housing the pets I have right now might be an issue. Shit it is doo-doo pants. Tadpole. Somebody shitted themselves in here. Will you come lap it up? Ew. Ew. Also, Ninja Fart, don't forget to wash your ass after you shitted yourself.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
We have a report out of Littleton, Colorado. This happened about a week ago. But journalists have been digging into this story, and now apparently we have some questions. Police shot and killed a man on a motorcycle. Beyond that, I don't really know what happened, so let's go to the local news hit.
Our video shows the aftermath of a violent encounter between a Littleton police officer and a man who was on this stolen motorcycle. Very early Thursday morning, police responded here to a suspicious vehicle called near an apartment complex. According to the initial press release sent out by Littleton Police, Stephen Poulsen was driving a motorcycle and crashed. When the officer attempted to contact him, the individual ran and produced a gun. The Littleton officer fatally shot Poulsen, who died at 41 years old. However, we have obtained more video that reveals much more than a, quote, crash. Cell phone video shows security camera footage. At the top of the screen is Poulsen on the bike. To the left, the Littleton police officer's car. And then this happened. Poulsen,
Whoa!
the officer gives chase right before.
Charge that cop right now. That is assault with a deadly weapon. God damn. Yes, the theft of that motorcycle is a far less egregious crime than the cop running the dude over. And then they lied on the arrest report and said he crashed. Motherfucker.
Cell phone video shows security camera footage. At the top of the screen is Poulsen on the bike. To the left, the Littleton police officer's car. And then this happened. Poulsen runs, and soon the officer gives chase right before the shooting. Police never mentioned the officer rammed his car into the suspect. After we told police we had
they're lying
this video,
sacks of
they
shit.
actually sent us a better quality file of the incident an hour before this broadcast. We asked why they didn't initially reveal the officer hit the suspect with his car. There's a huge crucial detail missing.
Because they are lying sacks of shit and they were trying to cover their ass. This is why there are no good cops. Because the whole police department worked in concert to cover this up. And this happens all the fucking time. Just like in the Tyree Nichols murder, where they did not release 200 hours of footage. They only released just the slightest little bit that painted their narrative. And this, my right-wing friends, why are you not outraged about this? This is the state putting their boot on someone's neck. Farquad, good evening. No. I do believe the guy is dead.
From this case, so I'm looking to either get an online or maybe like on-camera interview or a statement or something. Littleton police would not talk on camera, citing an ongoing investigation. In a statement, police
Littleton, Colorado.
Press release as very preliminary information obtained in the early hours of the scene and was the most accurate information that LPD had at the time. The Littleton Police Department says the officer involved here was immediately separated from other Littleton police officers so outside agencies could talk with him and investigate. That officer remains on paid leave as this investigation continues.
Jeremy, this again pointing out we're seeing tremendous pressure being put on media and as well as the public in reading initial police reports, everything from Tyre Nichols and many reports before.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the first time I've ever... 9 News. I like you guys. I would come to work for you. 9 News, hire me. I'll come be a producer, a production tech, whatever you want. I'll go out and shoot for you. You guys are doing some good work over there. Thank you. Finally, a TV station mentions this.
Reading initial police reports, everything from Tyre Nichols and many reports before to this one, where these initial police reports are not coming up as very full pictures of what happened.
Yeah, I think it's also a testament. There's always a camera now watching. There's cameras everywhere, and cameras are very often the best third-party neutral witnesses to an incident. So we'll see where this case goes.
Absolutely. It does. Those cameras have changed everything.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Yep.
Was there just one cop involved? Was the cop that tried to run the dude over, was he the one that also shot him? He should be charged with murder. He should be charged with murder. I was giving the benefit of a doubt when I just saw him strike the guy on the motorcycle. That is assault with a deadly weapon. I can name multiple charges. There is no context you can add to that makes what that cop did okay. Now let's go to Memphis. You heard the reporters bring up the case of Tyre Nichols. We're now finding out that apparently one of the cops took photos and texted them to people after beating a man to death.
Nichols. It's been nearly a month since Nichols died after being beaten by 5 Memphis police officers during a traffic stop. But some newly released documents are shedding some new light. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now live from Memphis. Hey, Antonia, so police released what are these internal affairs documents on Tuesday, and they get into very graphic detail about the behavior of the officers that night. Tell us new information that we learned from these.
That's right, Savannah. So NBC has obtained these documents that are decertification documents that were filed to a regulatory agency here in Tennessee as part of an effort to make sure that these officers would be unable to serve as officers here in the state ever again. And
in the state,
there's a number of issues and allegations in these documents, but the one that has most disturbed residents here that I've...
And that's sad. We're talking about making sure they don't serve as officers ever in the state again when these motherfuckers need to be locked up and not ever see the light of day again, let alone serve as cops. God damn.
I've been talking to this morning is that Demetrius Haley, one of the Central 5 officers now charged with second-degree murder in...
I'm sorry you came back for this, Sky Comment.
Come on, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hit the wrong one.
After he was beaten.
Sorry, hit the wrong one. It did content warning. We'll go back a little bit.
Haley, one of the Central 5 officers now charged with second-degree murder in this case, used his personal cell phone to take 2 photos of Tyre Nichols after he was beaten and bloodied and slumped over, as many of us saw in the video, and that he texted them to numerous people, including some who were colleagues, but others who had no connection to the police department or to the city at all. He admitted to superiors to sending these photos to 5 people, but investigation found that he sent them to 6. So the department laid this out as part of this essential case to argue that this person was not only knowingly violating department protocol, but not fit to be a police officer here in Tennessee any longer. And as I've talked to people here today, the word that keeps coming up is evil. disgusting. People knew how bad, many of them have seen the video, but the idea that someone would take a video or a photo, of someone beaten to the extent that Tyre Nichols was and share that with people in the community, they're having trouble, frankly, processing it right now, Savannah.
Absolutely. Just yet another layer of heartbreak here. And of course, it makes you wonder what his family's thinking and feeling hearing that, knowing that an image like that was shared of their son. And Tyre Nichols' parents were at the State of the Union last night, of course, as the guests of President Biden. He said something good must come from his death. But have we heard from them on these revelations about the fact that this image was sent?
You know, Savannah, I was thinking the same thing as this news came out last night, and then we all watched the family sitting there. And while in a way it was great to see them recognized, people give them a standing ovation, I also had a moment there where I was thinking to myself, imagine being this family, and 1 week you're going from having dinner with your son, he and his father went to the same job every day, worked many of the same shifts together, to now being on the national stage, coming to D.C., and everyone watching you mourn publicly. Right. The family hasn't commented yet directly on Demetrius Haley texting these photos, but they have made clear to make sure that people in the community, as they have discussed these things, know that as the family knows and their attorneys and the DA knows at this point, there's no personal connection between Demetrius Haley and Tyre Nichols. And that's been a major thing. They want people to not spread rumors about this. And they want them to remain focused on the facts of this case here out of respect for the family and the case.
Absolutely. Antonia, what an observation to think there about that family being in that room, though it's not ever a conversation they want it to be a part of. Thank you so much for your reporting, Antonia.
NBC News.
Your jokes aren't funny, Ninja Fort. See, a joke is funny because it's an exaggeration of a truth. That's the reason why right-wing comedy doesn't hit. It's not a truth that everybody experiences. Right-wing comedy is your guys' version of what reality is, which is usually very distorted. So your comedy hinges on a premise that only exists if you live in the right-wing ecosystem and believe that bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Like you have to subscribe to just an alternative set of facts to find right-wing comedy funny. That wasn't funny. Saw your friend die in cuffs because of graffiti? That wasn't funny. Be funny, motherfucker. Or leave the jokes to the professionals. But apparently I'm not funny, I'm just entertaining. But I'll take it. I'll take it. Internet still being weird, and the on-screen chat comes up way before my version of the chat over here. Very odd. That's not how that usually goes. Measure, that goes to, there's multiple reasons for that. So I think the job itself attracts psychopaths, sociopaths. It attracts people that have an ego problem. On top of that, we train them. We train them to look at everybody as a threat. So there's the whole killology course that cops across the country have taken for years and years and years. And it is meant to tell cops that no matter who you pull over, you look at them as a possible threat on your life. And to me, the Constitution reads the other way, and it grants me as a citizen freedom. Freedom. I don't live in a police state. The cops just can't come up and start harassing me as if I'm a threat to their life. That is fundamentally against our Constitution. Elder Rose, the thing about the sheriff's department is a lot of sheriffs become entrenched because local local races are not paid that much attention to. Usually a local sheriff's race is in like July on a Thursday or some shit. It's not even held on election day. And this is a problem that I have with local municipalities, is like, me who keeps up with politics won't even know when a local election is because it's so ununiformed with everybody else in the country. So I want to pass a law that forces states, cities, every election is held on election day, November, the first Tuesday after the first Monday, and then we'll have a designated primary, and you can have an election on that day, and I guess the second Tuesday after the first Monday in May. Those 2 days are the designated election days. That way you don't have these local municipalities having these really low turnout races because nobody fucking knows when they are. So that helps sheriff's departments become entrenched, power corrupt. So you see these sheriffs that have been sheriff for 20, 30 years, they may very well be dealing drugs and going out and arresting their competition. Moral of the story is the cops shouldn't be shooting anybody in like very, very rare circumstances. When we have an active shooter situation or something, a cop coming in and popping somebody is totally fine. For some reason, that doesn't happen though. We have way too many instances of cops killing people in traffic stops and not enough instances of cops actually stopping horrific killings. I don't think cops should be like, to me, the Constitution reads that it's a cop's job to put his life on the line to bring somebody in, no matter how fucking guilty they are. We were afforded that day in court. The Constitution is very specific on the side of the criminal and the criminal's rights, and for good reason. Constitution is about the things that the government, the positive rights that it grants you, the negative rights, the shit that it can't do to you. That stupid game, stupid prizes is the dumbest fucking phrase I have ever heard in my fucking life. That is not that might apply to some dude skateboarding at a high fucking altitude, taking a risk for an Instagram video. That doesn't apply to the government's interaction with its citizens. To say that about a government's interactions with its citizens just makes me want to fucking spit in your stupid ass fucking face. That is not how this is supposed to work. And that's the reason why I call right-wingers fucking morons. Well, let's talk about a violation of the rights. Let's talk about a violation of rights here. Let's go to Colorado, where we've got this. I don't know much about the story. I'm assuming somebody's rights have been violated because there's some fuckery afoot on this one. Hold on, held a rose. I can't go back. I can't scroll back up now for some reason. I can't go back up and... There's no such thing as inalienable human rights. Like, that's just flowery language. A government has to grant you rights. There is no, like, this idea of natural rights is bullshit. There is no natural rights. You have to have a government mechanism to uphold your rights, to enforce your rights. That's why you're citing a government document. If there is not a system of justice, then, well, I mean, like, there is an idea of natural rights. That's a concept in philosophy. Hirodonti, what is up, my friend? So glad to see you. Joey, so glad to see you. There is no God. And like this idea that God's gonna uphold your rights, holy shit! I'm sorry, Sky Comet. I don't know why that thing is broken. To get back to your news, or get back to the news thing is broken. I didn't see that until just now. But hold on. Can't remember the quote. Epicurus. If God is willing to prevent evil but not able, then he is not omnipotent. Is he able but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then whence cometh evil? Is he neither able nor willing? Then why call him God? Seriously, I can't fucking control my chat over here. It's weird. I got lost in the trees? No, I don't think I have. I just like the idea that there's some God that enforces natural rights is just absurd. It's not a thing. I understand the concept of natural rights, Hilda Rose. Like fucking, I was a double major in broadcasting and philosophy. Like this is a discussion that we had many times over in classes, and many times after when we were doing philosophy coffees and shit. I don't believe in free will, psychophap. They're talking about guns. Well, this is an interesting discussion. But I do need to get back to the news. Fair point that I did not get that they were talking about guns. That adds a separate dimension, but let's get back to the news. I'm going to take you to El Paso County. Oh. Hold on. Well, I know angels exist because I've got one in my lap right now. His name is Smokey Bong. He's a Smokey. Sky Comet is indeed an angel. I'm not kidding and I'm not crazy. That's what all the crazy people say. Oh shit. What a fucking stream. Thank you guys. This has been a lot of fun. Now, no. Back to, we'll find out what that news be doing. Content warning, I'm gonna hit you with some racism and probably a story that's going to piss you off. This is El Paso County, and apparently
it's down to El Paso County where a fire involves.
God damn it, CBS. This has happened multiple times when I've been trying to use your video player. Your video player, your embedded video player sucks fucking ass. CBS, fix your fucking video player.
El Paso County, where a farmer and his wife are embroiled in a legal battle. There's a lot of people down there talking. Michael Abeda made the drive down I-25 to get this story.
It's a story out of El Paso County that is getting national attention. A farming couple say they are the target of continued racial harassment online and in person. And today, with the help of the NAACP, one of them is being bailed out of jail. Courtney and Nicole Mallory say they own a ranch encompassing 1,000 acres in El Paso County. They first made headlines a few weeks ago when their story was...
Angel sex must be divine. Goddamn.
They say that, among other things, they've been harassed.
Yeah, I gotta pause. That was a pretty good joke. Good one, Mezer. Ida, good evening. I don't know if I said good evening to you. I don't know if you snuck in here. It's been a wild chat tonight. Yeah, I don't believe free will exists. Weed indeed. I need some weed. This is fucking what a wild fucking chat. Guys, I was gonna try to go off early tonight because I got so much fucking work to do. But I mean, hey, it's you guys are also being charitable with me, so I got to be charitable with my time. Ida, I love you. Free will is bullshit. Like I do not like. I don't like pickles. This is the easiest way you can break it down. Let's do food choices. I don't like pickles. That is not a conscious choice that I had. That is not something I have control over. That is just something that's innate in me that I cannot explain to you why I do not like pickles. And it's anything pickled. It's that flavor of pickledness that, like, I don't like no fucking sauerkraut. I don't want no fucking pickled eggs or whatever the fuck. I can't help that. We're getting existential over here. Skycom is like, I wanted the fucking news. And here's the thing: is I like vinegar. Covenant Gardens, good evening. Like I can, vinegar goes in many things I make. A barbecue sauce, a fucking deviled eggs. Do I choose not to believe in free will, or has just the evidence been presented to me and there's no other choice I can come to? So you go in. This is the example my professor used. You go into a Subway, and you're going to pick your sandwich. Or good evening. Once again, I'm kind of being facetious about the homelessness thing. I think I have it taken care of. But also, like, if I do have it taken care of, I'm going to do it, but it's going to happen by the skin of my fucking teeth. And it's going to be like, yeah, I can't believe fucking Justin pulled that off. So, it's always nice to have a little extra padding, and padding would help me be able to come up with something else in the event that what I think I have going now falls through. That's the reason for the donation. I hate to ask because everyone has already been so fucking awesome to me just in giving me your time. I never wanted to ask for any money. I try not to promote Patreon tips or anything like that. I try not to beg for money. I've seen other streamers that like fucking get mad that they don't get tips during their stream and shit. Like, I can't believe people are that big of an asshole about it. If you're here watching me, that's amazing to me. And if you are broke, I feel ya. Please, I do not want you to donate. If you do not have it to give, do not donate. But if you have it to spare and you appreciate this, padding is sexual anarchy.
You live in sexual anarchy?
And you want to make sure that I should have changed the tip jar for Ko-Fi. Like it goes to me, but I should have changed that to the Stream Elements one, so it does the donation bar. I fucked up on that. Yes, that's the one. The Stream Elements one will show up on the donation bar. I need to change all of the commands to be that link. They all go to my PayPal. You're giving me money directly. Psycho Fab, I appreciate that, man. Like that's what I'm saying. If I had money extra, I'd be giving it out to my friends all the time. And I did, man. When I got my Biden bucks, I came in here and I was giving out gift subs and shit and friends' channels. I want to pay that shit forward, and I want to be in a position. Got my 5-year plan for streaming, and I hope I am one day in a position where I can pay it forward. I absolutely like. It makes me incredibly anxious, and you know, this is swallowing your pride and everything to have to ask. I've never wanted to ask. It's just always been the tip jar is there if you want a tip. I don't even fucking mention it. And people have. I have had so many people during the course of the Troll Patrol. And there's even been like right-wingers that have come in and argued with me and then given me like a $200 tip. And that's so fucking cool. There have been people that have come in good faith and have been really nice to me. And I appreciate that so much. But ultimately, I don't want to have to ask anybody for money. I want to keep commercials as minimal as possible. I think 3 minutes in an hour is perfect, and I want one of these days I'll sell commercials, but only to sell commercial time if I'm big enough, and I'll only do it to people that, you know, I believe in and that I think you guys would care about seeing. We absolutely must expand the welfare. Tycho Fab, if you weren't in here the other night, my God, that libertarian high school student that came in. Allow me to play you this clip from, 2 nights ago? I don't remember exactly when it was. I think 2 nights ago.
If you're talking about certain means-tested welfare programs like food stamps, SNAPs, what happens is the benefits you get from government are more than could be earned if you get off of welfare, meaning you're incentivized to stay on welfare rather than get a job for yourself.
How much is food stamps a month? How a single person on food stamps, how much do they get a month?
Well, currently, SNAP monthly payment for one person is, let's say, $1,000, $869 a month. It's $1,800.
So you can see my reaction there. When he said 1,000, I quit paying attention to him. I didn't realize he said $1,869. I just heard 1,000. So I was making the thumbnail and I was like, libertarian thinks people get $1,000 in food stamps. When I went back and heard what he actually said, 1.8K is what he thought somebody got a month in food stamps.
$169.
Where'd you pull that from?
www.snapscreamer.com. Snap eligibility.
The average monthly benefit is $126 a month. The maximum is $194 a month. Now, I like being factual. When I Googled that number, that's the state I'm sitting in. That was the average benefit of the state I'm sitting in, and that was the max benefit for the state I'm sitting in. The actual max benefit for the federal program is like $250. $250 is the actual max if you're in like a state like California or something like that. So I wanted to clarify that because I like being factual, and if I get something wrong, if I misspeak on stream and I find out later that I was wrong, I like to clarify that. So me citing that number was Tennessee, the state that I'm sitting in. So I just want to be perfectly clear. OP3, my friend. There was indeed a temp increase during COVID. And I think it might be going on, but still going on, but it's getting set to expire or just expired. I saw that when I looked it up the other night. 250 would be nice if everybody got it. Right? Like it was just not a means tested thing. Everybody just gets an extra $250 a month. Cool. $250 is not enough to buy groceries. You're not going to be able to buy a month of groceries on $250. This motherfucker thought there are people that are getting more from the government than they can go out and earn, which is not true. And he was like, well, SNAP and WIC, and like he said WIC, and I'm like, do you know what WIC is? He's like, women, infants, and children. I'm like, it's a very specific set of people, and it also is very little money. And boy, like WIC is even more restrictive on what you can buy than food stamps is. Oh, I am sorry if you are watching on Twitch. You're gonna get an ad break here in just a second. If you're not subbed, man, people have been handing out the gift subs though. There's probably not a lot of you that aren't subbed. You're gonna get the commercial break here. I'm gonna stick here with everybody. Actually, I think I lied. I think I'm gonna go refill my coffee. I want to listen to this fucking story. Less than 4 years of age. Yeah, it's far, far more restrictive, and it's just for like women, infants, and children. And yeah, the items are very specific, and you can only get certain fucking things. There's certain brands of formula and shit. It's wild. But this asshole coming in here. So the tip bar thing, I don't know. I didn't change all of the links apparently. All of them go to my PayPal, but the tip bar is just connected to Streamlabs. PayPal is the only thing I got right now. That is basically my bank account. That is how I do all my business with my clients and everything. Thank you, Clinically. I don't know how to update it manually. I'm gonna have to redo it tonight and try to figure it out. Several people have updated besides but you've gone through Stream Elements and not Streamlabs because everything was through Stream Elements before. I didn't change all of the links or something. They all go to my PayPal. You're all given directly to me, and I greatly appreciate it. I need to reroute everything to where it updates through the tip bar, because you can only make the tip bar graphic comes from Streamlabs, and that wasn't the thing I was using. I was using Stream Elements because I liked it better. Streamlabs is kind of clunky. I want to hear this story, so I'm gonna hit you guys with just a short break, and I'll be right back after I get my coffee.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
I need to go to the store that producer Dave uses. I specifically decided on Teespring because they had face masks, and I really liked the Fu Manchu face mask. I really like the Fu Manchu face mask. I wanted a Fu Manchu. I've never sold a Fu Manchu face mask. I'm gonna have to pack another one. I'm gonna pack one while we listen to this story. We didn't get through it. I had to stop, and then we had like the whole existential crisis about rights and free will and shit. This is in El Paso County, Colorado. A rancher was arrested. They have been accusing other people of harassing them and being racist towards them. And then they got arrested. Let's find out what this rancher be doing.
And their property vandalized.
We're going back to the beginning.
Colorado now taking us down to El Paso County, where a farmer and his wife are embroiled in a legal battle. There's a lot of people down there talking. Michael Abeyta made the drive down I-25 to get this story.
It's a story out of El Paso County that is getting national attention. A farming couple say they are the target of continued racial harassment online and in person. And today, with the help of the NAACP, one of them is being bailed out of jail. Courtney and Nicole Mallory say they own a ranch encompassing 1,000 acres in El Paso.
Damn it! Now I gotta stop the story again. So yeah, we've got Beanie Time. Beanie Time is a redeemable thing you could do with your points on Twitch. You can do Beanie Time.
They first made headlines a few weeks ago when their story was posted on a digital outlet. They say that, among other things, they've been harassed and their property vandalized.
We are stalked. We are harassed. We are chased. We are followed. There's been spray paint where they...
I believe it.
On items on our home.
What did she say?
Sheriff's office won't talk.
We are followed. There's been spray paint where they put on items on our home.
El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Did she say smear shit?
In the past 2 years, they've responded to more than 170 calls for service that involved the individuals in the article. They say they will release legal documents and body camera upon request. We've made that request, but we're still waiting to receive those documents.
Oh, the N-word.
Monday on a warrant for felony stalking, and after spending the night in jail, his bond was set at $6,000. On Tuesday, the NAACP is planning to post bond for Mallory, and he will be released. This is a complicated story. We'll continue to talk to Courtney and Nicole, as well as try to get our hands on those police documents. We'll continue to update you as this story.
Why was he arrested for stalking?
Among other things, they've been harassed and their property vandalized.
We are stalked. We are harassed. We are chased. We are followed. There's been spray paint where they put on items on our home.
El Paso County Sheriff's Office won't talk on camera, but they say in the past 2 years, they've responded to more than 170 calls for service that involved the individuals in the article. They say they will release legal documents and body camera upon request. We've made that request, but we're still waiting to receive those documents. Courtney Mallory was arrested Monday on a warrant for felony stalking, and after spending the night in jail, his bond was set at $6,000. On Tuesday, the NAACP is planning to post bond for Mallory, and he will be released. This is a complicated story. We'll continue to talk to Courtney and Nicole, as well as try to get our hands on those police documents. We'll continue to update you as this story evolves. In Colorado Springs, Michael Abeyta, covering Colorado First.
I'm pretty sure I still didn't get an explanation as to why they were arrested for stalking. There is some fuckery afoot. I'm not high enough for this shit. I'm definitely not high enough for our next segment of show. We're gonna recap the State of the Union from last night. Battle Opossum, you smoking with me? Hell yeah, my friend. You want to find out what that Biden be doing at the State of the Union? We watched it live last night. But of course, there's follow-up. Hey, as I always say, Hiradonti, there we go. As I always say, go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I've got a badass emote to go with that, but Twitch won't approve it. Here was one of the highlights from last night during Biden's speech. Kevin McCarthy actually shooshed if you're a WWE fan. Kevin McCarthy shooshed his caucus, the Freedom Cock.
Tonight is a father named Doug from Newton, New Hampshire. He wrote Jill, my wife, a letter, and me as well, about his courageous daughter, Courtney. A contagious laugh, his sister's best friend, her sister's best friend. He shared a story all too familiar to millions of Americans and many of you in the audience. Courtney discovered pills in high school. It spiraled into addiction and eventually death from a fentanyl overdose. She was just 20 years old. Describing the last 8 years without her, Doug said, "There's no worse pain." Yet their family has turned pain to purpose, working to end the stigma and change laws. He told us he wants to start a journey toward American recovery. Doug, we're with you. Fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. You got it.
It's your fault, I heard somebody yell.
You got it.
I do believe that was Marjorie Taylor Greene yelling about it coming from China. Hear it one more time.
80,000 Americans a year. You got it. So let's launch a major surge to stop fentanyl production and the sale and trafficking with more drug detection machines, inspection cargo, stop pills and powder.
Fentanyl balloons.
Working with couriers like FedEx.
Now, this was supposed to be the moment that McCarthy shushes the GOP.
You got it.
See McCarthy right there.
So let's launch a major surge to stop fentanyl production.
I didn't see him shush.
Sale and trafficking with more drug.
I didn't see him shush.
Inspection cargo.
Ed McCarthy was forced to shush hecklers in his own party as they interrupted President Biden's tribute to fentanyl victim during Tuesday's State of the Union. The Speaker of the House could be seen pursing his lips to quiet his GOP colleagues as Mr. Biden honored Courtney Griffin, who died of a fentanyl overdose and whose father, Doug Griffin, was in the audience during the speech. That was definitely MTG. Raising a fuckus in the background. Here is her saying what the real State of the Union is.
Back to my office after listening to the State of the Union with Joe Biden, and part of the time we couldn't really understand what he was saying as he was yelling at people, yelling through the applause and mumbling through his words. Some of the things that we did hear didn't make any sense. Joe Biden claimed to care about the border and talked about fentanyl deaths, which is the #1 cause of young people ages 18 to 45, but yet has no plan to secure the border. And frankly, we all know he doesn't care about the border because Joe...
Okay, Gorilla. Exactly.
That's the whole problem with Joe. We also heard him talk about McDonald's non-compete fees. Well, I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I don't hear anybody at home worrying about these terrible fights between different fast food companies. Joe Biden did talk a lot about communism, though, and controlling private companies, and I think that's something that should concern every single American and every single business owner. I will tell
Keep that controlling private companies in mind when we get to the hearing on Twitter here in a little bit. And the Republicans changed their tune now, don't they? I was nodding off Hildebeest. I was nodding off in the middle of it. I got up, went and got some coffee and some cookies, and that's what brought me back to life. If I hadn't got the coffee and the cookies, I would have totally nodded off.
I'll tell you one thing Joe Biden did lie about. He didn't know what he was talking about a lot of the time, but he did frankly lie. Talking about Republicans and Social Security and Medicare. We have not talked about cutting Social Security and Medicare.
The fuck? The fuck are you talking about? Do you want me to give you the plethora of politicians that have indeed talked about cutting Social Security and Medicare?
Joe Biden has been claiming that we're going to cut Social Security and Medicare, but we're not. So we called him out on the House floor. I called him a liar because that's what Joe Biden is. Either he doesn't know what he's talking about or he's just flat out lying. The one thing he did not talk about was the one thing he should have talked about. He should have apologized to America for the Chinese spy balloon that he across our country, spy on our military bases, spy on our food factories, spy on our cities, spy on our entire country. They knew about it on January 28th, still allowed it to enter our airspace, spy on our country, and never did a damn thing.
She looks like a woman that you would find trying to like entice your kid to take him back to like some sex trafficking organization or something. Here, kid, I got balloons. You would not want this woman standing out on a street trying to accost kids with this balloon.
Cities spy on our entire country. They knew about
I was nodding off too, but I was on opiates. Fair enough.
Allowed it to enter our airspace, spy on our country, and never did a damn thing about it until it left our country on February 4th. Joe Biden is weak. Joe Biden can't stand up to China. Joe Biden cannot protect our country. He can't protect our borders. And Joe Biden doesn't know anything he's talking about. That's the state of our union.
Oh, Lenny, I don't want to give my opinion on that, because to be honest with you, I bet she'd be fun. I'd have a one and done with her.
You live in sexual anarchy?
But I live in sexual anarchy. I'd go swinging with her. Why'd you have to bring that up? Why'd you have to bring that up? Oh. Catch a new variant of something. Fair enough. Yeah. OP3, you're probably right. You're probably right. Ooh, baby, it's a wild world, though. As I said, yin and yang. I got to balance out Marjorie Taylor Greene by showing you a congressperson that actually does have her head on straight. Talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and her outburst and all the other hecklers during the State of the Union. Here is Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Woman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York for her reaction to tonight's address. Thank you so much for joining us, Congresswoman.
Thank you for having me.
So first, just curious to get your response to Governor Huckabee Sanders there in her remarks.
Well, you know, I think that it's unsurprising that a governor.
Okay, ABC, fix your fucking player. What the hell? Oh, god damn. Technically not on.
Response was.
We're joined now by Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria.
Oh my god. Oh, God. Well, we did come on talking about how the internet is having trouble. He talked about how the internet is having trouble tonight. Apparently, YouTube been fucking up. My chat's acting weird.
Joining us now.
So let's give you AOC, but we'll give you AOC over on MSNBC because I got a YouTube link for it and it's probably going to work. AOC talking to Rachel Maddow.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez standing by for us. I'm sorry about the delay getting to you, Congresswoman. We had this other thing happen. But thank you very much for being with us.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Our take from our studio view of the president's speech tonight.
Rachel Maddow, big dick in AOC.
Lawrence O'Donnell used the word combative, described it as the most combative State of the Union speech that he'd ever seen. That was our impression from here. What was your impression in the room, and what did you make of the president's remarks?
Absolutely. I may not have served as many terms or have as much experience as other members, but this is my, fourth or fifth now, and I have never.
It's not your first rodeo.
That was so disrupted by members of either party. Even under President Donald Trump, we saw nowhere near the level of jeering, interruption, etc., that we saw by some of, I want to say the extreme elements of the Republican Party, but they are now being embraced and uplifted as the center of the Republican Party. And it's really shocking. Even the things that the overall Republican Party refused to stand for, paying public school teachers, public health policy, basic education policy, raising the wage for some of our lowest paid workers in the United States. This should be really basic stuff, sky is blue kind of stuff. And the Republican Party, I think, really showed the country who they are tonight, that they have been taken over and that this isn't some right wing. This is the ethos of the modern Republican Party.
We did see the president focus on economic
issues. Who they are.
And
I'm not high enough for this shit.
And working families, middle-class families, practical issues throughout almost the duration of his speech. He talked a little bit about Ukraine. He talked a little bit about the Roe versus Wade decision for a little bit. He spent considerable time on police violence and trying to get some sort of police reform. But we really saw him talk about nuts and bolts stuff, kitchen table stuff, wages, dignity of work, jobs, healthcare costs, access to healthcare. I have to imagine.
Well, Borg, I can tell you that we played the clip last night of Anna Paulina Luna, the newly elected representative from Florida. And, we're going to get into the Republican response here in a little bit. Anna Paulina Luna said the country doesn't have a white supremacy problem. And I was like, we just did a story about several electrical substations getting attacked by neo-Nazi groups. And then here I have this story about a North Dakota Republican who's been to this white nationalist church.
That in your district, given its profound diversity, both ethnic and economic diversity.
Well, it's only supreme if it has tomatoes and sour cream.
I'm guessing that has to be welcome, just in terms of that being such a large focus of the president's remarks.
Yes, absolutely. I do think that the forcefulness of some of the language that he used, calling out Big Pharma by name, really naming these caps that we have passed on the price of insulin, on out-of-pocket costs, it is powerful. And this is some of the most animating issues that touch the material reality of everyday Americans. I think he did a good job of that while also not letting off corporate greed. As he called out the profit margins of big oil. I think that it was definitely impactful, and it was surprising, I think, even to some of us, compared to some of his past State of the Unions.
Yes, to be honest, I agree with AOC. Some of us were pleasantly shocked by the things Biden talked about. I was also pleasantly shocked at how good the speech was.
Come on, man.
So,
let me ask you about something I just referenced a moment ago, but let me just ask you in detail about what you thought about the president's lengthy and I thought quite empathetic remarks about police violence. He talked about how members of law enforcement are risking their lives when they put on the shield and that they deserve to come home just like the communities they protect. But community members deserve to come home too, and there have been too many people killed and it's not getting better fast enough. And he spent a lot of time engaging with Tyre Nichols' parents who were there in the gallery watching, and we know so many other family members of people who've been killed by police were there tonight in the room to pay witness. What do you make of the president's remarks and about what he's substantively proposing?
You know, I was surprised by the president's remarks and his focus on reform, focus on justice, and really his focus on centering the families that have been so deeply.
He has been better than expected, but also still woefully inadequate for the moment.
Around reform. If you contrast that with his speech just a year ago, where, you know, this two-dimensional frame of fund or defund, and it was, we're going to fund the police. This is a very different conversation, and one that advocates have been asking for a long time. See what is happening on the ground. See and acknowledge the reality that our communities are experiencing, and that this is a problem that has gone unaddressed for far too long. And so for him to stand up there, to name, you know, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which in and of itself, advocates already believe that it doesn't really go far enough to address the core underlying issues, but still for him to name this legislation, it's a long way from just a year ago where it was really just about how much more money can we pile into these local departments in order to fix this issue. I also think it's an acknowledgement of the fact that this isn't really connected to funding much at all in terms of how we actually lower these instances of horrific violence in communities. And so I thought it was encouraging. I know myself and some other members were kind of waiting for the shoe to drop. We felt like there was kind of this wind up and that there was...
Yeah, where's the dude that threw the shoe at Bush?
I think we were very relieved and surprised that there was no but, that there was just an acknowledgement that this is actually a problem. And we have not really heard a president do that in such a straightforward way in a long time, if ever, in modern politics.
It's a really astute point, particularly talking about the distance that President Biden himself has come on this issue, perhaps in his own personal understanding, but also in the way he's willing to talk about it. Thank you for that.
Psychophab, I agree with you that AOC is light left, but the way we get more leftists is not to attack AOC, it's to bolster AOC. That's kind of where I part ways with a lot of what they call the dumb left. For some reason, they think the way to bolster progressive power is to attack the nominally progressives that we have, and that is mind-boggling to me. Like we've got to get more of them elected. We have to put pressure on them, but you can't turn your backs on them. AOC is one of the best politicians we can ask for given the current climate. Woof. Sassy Snicks, good evening. Is she woefully inadequate for the moment? Possibly.
And thank you for being here, New York Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's always a real pleasure to have you with us whenever you can be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
But people go left in, like, I was a shit lib in 2005. You have to have an entry point. And then as you hear more and more leftist policy, because that's the problem. Leftist thought, leftist policy is popular simply because it is what's best for everybody. It helps everybody. But you have to be exposed to it, and we live in a hyper-capitalist society. All of the media is corporate. The closest thing you're going to get to a leftist perspective is Democracy Now! Even NPR is tainted. You'll be well informed if you listen to NPR, but are you going to be exposed to true leftist thought? Absolutely not. And why don't you care for AOC? AOC is an effective fundraiser. And having someone who is even nominally progressive being one of the top fundraisers in the Democratic Party is a boon for the progressive movement. There's no way around it. And I can tell you that AOC is a hell of a lot better than a politician like George Santos. Let's talk about George Santos and his interaction with Mitt Romney. Romney told Santos, "You don't belong here." We saw this last night.
You don't belong there.
Yeah. Romney walked into the House chamber on Tuesday. We saw him battle Congressman George Santos, and he wasn't happy at all.
That he'd be standing there trying to shake hands with every senator and the President of the United States. That's, given the fact that he's under ethics investigation, he should be sitting in the back row and staying quiet. Look, he says he that he embellished his record. Look, embellishing is saying you got an A when you got an A-. Lying is saying you graduated from a college you didn't even attend. And he shouldn't be in Congress. And they're going to go through the process and hopefully get him out. And but he shouldn't be there. And if he had any shame at all, he wouldn't be there.
Romney's salty and told him to his face. That was George Santos's response to Mitt Romney. Just a reminder that you will never be president. And for once, George Santos said something that is true. Mark it down on your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. George Santos spoke the fucking truth. I'm pretty sure Mitt Romney knows where his place in history is, and I think he's satisfied with it. I think he's perfectly happy with his place as a senator. And he's one of those, we've still got the dignity of the chamber and yeah, motherfuckers. And that's one of the reasons why part of me did want to say, look at this motherfucker being an elitist piece of shit and talking about, you don't belong here. We're the rich people's club. You don't belong here, you little poser. I wonder it's not so much George Santos's lies that bother Mitt Romney, but the class that he comes from, and Mitt Romney is looking down on him. There is that possibility. There is indeed that possibility. But there are some right-wingers who just cannot feel embarrassment. As if it wasn't bad enough that he was on the aisle trying to shake hands with senators and the president like Mitt Romney described. He got up on the floor of Congress today to give his thoughts on the State of the Union.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in response to Biden's State of the Union address. As a reminder, I do not wish failure upon any sitting president, whether it is a Republican or a Democrat. Their success is our success. And when we wish for their failure, then the nation fails. We have had 2 years of one-party rule in the White House.
Oh, no. Boy, let me tell you, it's even better than that. He got up on Holocaust Remembrance Day and talked about anti-Semitism after this motherfucker. We know he made fucking anti-Semitic jokes. Talking about burning more people. He is wearing a Gadsden flag pin. He lied about his Jewish heritage. These head games. He's just fucking with us. Maybe this is like the newest reality show. What is Ashton Kutcher gonna pop out on us? We've all been punked. It's all been a game the whole time. They've been taping this for a reality show. That's what's going on here. We've all been punked.
Their success is our success. And when we finish,
I don't think it's the Star of David. I think it's the Congressional pin.
Wish for their failure, then the nation fails. We have had 2 years of one-party rule in the White House, in the Senate, and in the House. In those 2 very short years, we watch our thriving economy steer in the opposite direction. American households cannot afford food and gas. Our wages are failing to keep up with inflation that continues to increase. Since the president took office,
he wants to make sure that he wears his congressional pin. Mommy, I'm a congressman. Oh, I'm sorry. His mom died in 9/11. My apologies. I'm sorry about your mom, dude.
Nation watched the average gas price go from $2.39 to our current average of $3.45.
Ragnats.
Day one of Biden's presidency.
Well, supposedly he's half Brazilian and one of his grandparents is Jewish. His great-grandparents fled Stalin first and the horrors of the socialist revolution. But then they fled to Germany, and then those Jewish people had to flee the Holocaust, even though that never happened. Never happened.
Nation watched the average gas price go from $2.39 to our current average of $3.45. However, on day one of Biden's presidency, he killed the Keystone XL pipeline, which could have been supplying 830,000 barrels per day from Canada to the U.S. refineries, and depleted our strategic petroleum reserve to its lowest since 1984. Another time that President Biden failed to address was the catastrophe.
So I assume there were some Nazis in Brazil, but wasn't it Argentina that was their safe haven? The U.S. put them in several countries where they wanted to incite a far-right uprising against leftist governments. But I think Argentina was like one of the main ones where they hid people away.
Catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Okay, so my chat is like way behind. So here, Adante, you're saying I just don't care for her, and that doesn't make any sense. If you don't have a reason, then it's just an irrational thought. Why have an opinion on something you don't know about? That is the point of my show. That is the one thing, if I can impart on anybody, is stop having such strong opinions on things you don't know about. I have had people come on this show and tell me that they dislike AOC and not be able to name their own congressperson. And I'm like, well, if AOC is not your congressperson, why like, it doesn't matter to you. You know, the way our government, where your congressperson is the person you should be, keeping up with, keeping tabs on. And we have such a weird culture we've developed around politics, where people just have these opinions for, I don't know, reasons, because they saw memes. What does it mean? Okay, you being pro-life is fine and dandy. But forcing that position on somebody who doesn't share your own morality, that's not fine and dandy. You can be pro-life for yourself all day long, but to force that morality on other people, that is wrong. That is theocratic. That is fascist. That is not what we stand for as a country. And it's not killing babies. Like, the termination of a pregnancy, to me, you can never convince me that having not been born isn't better than being born into fucking adverse circumstances just over and over and over again in your life. And we're talking about the people who make the decision to have an abortion aren't making it lightly. They are saying that in their current position in life, they don't think they can properly care for another human being. And they make the heartbreaking decision to not go through with the pregnancy because it's in the best interest of the child. And pro-lifers don't seem to get that view. That is why pro-choice is the only just position that you can take. And a lot of right-wingers are very dishonest about this. And they're like, Democrats are for abortion up until the moment of birth, and that is not what Roe v. Wade says. There are and I don't even think it's called an abortion when you get into the third trimester. It's like it's a different procedure, but it's close enough to abortion that and I don't know enough about it to really speak on it. I'm not a gynecologist. All I know is all the gynecologists I've ever heard speak are very vehemently pro-choice. Yes, the life of the mother, the life of the child, if it's going to be a stillbirth. But there is a host of legitimate medical procedures that the Republicans are trying to cut off from doctors being able to provide to women, that is going to put women's lives in jeopardy. We've already seen it. And it's just like these laws targeting trans children. It ends up targeting cis children. I do believe like far more cis people have been disqualified from participating in the Olympics because of hormonal levels and hormone tests that they do. Because of this bigotry to try to prevent trans people from just being normalized in society. And then the argument is always, well, let trans people have their own league. No, that don't fucking work. Because trans women are women, motherfuckers. We know this to be a fact. It's not that it's a man pretending to be a woman. That is a straw man argument that the right makes up to prey on the not bigotry but ignorance of people who don't know any better and have never met a trans person who's been able to explain it to them. But here's the thing about that is fucking trans people shouldn't have to always educate you. Trans people shouldn't have to educate you on why their existence is valid. And they especially, and this is one of the reasons why I've taken up the mantle. Because every trans person has to justify their fucking existence to other people. And I hate that. I hate that they have to do it. So I will gladly take up the mantle and say you're a dumb fuck if you don't understand that gender is a spectrum. Huh? Straw man is a logical fallacy argument. It's when you misrepresent your opponent's argument, when you make it easier to attack. Well, that's what law is law. We're talking about policy here. We're talking about policy. Roe v. Wade should be back in effect. We need Ragnit's fucking the Harry Potter game looks good. Like it looks good. It looks good. I've seen black people praise it for like how realistic their hair is and shit. What do you mean you and your straw man? Please don't use a word you don't know the meaning of. The Harry Potter game looks cool. I'm not gonna fucking pay full price for it. I'll get it like fucking $14 or they'll give it to me for free on PlayStation Plus at some point in time. But I'm not going to I'm definitely not gonna pay full price for it or anywhere near full price. Is J.K. Rowling a transphobe? Fucking everyone says she is, and she seems to take transphobic positions, so fuck her. But I honestly don't know that much about her. I've never really been into the Harry Potter. I don't really care. I can separate art from the artist. But also there's the thing like you don't want to give money to people that are also, you don't want to reward people for bad behavior. Whew. I went off on a tangent there. I'm sorry, Hirodonti. And is the 86 in your name? Does that mean that you're like, you know, a couple of years younger than me? You about my age? You were born in the 80s. Apparently the Harry Potter game is also pretty anti-Semitic, but I don't. All right, so we're coming from the same generation. We've got the same frame of reference and everything. My chat is so far behind, so if I miss your message that's going across the screen, I'm gonna miss it completely. Oh. Yeah, and I didn't even get in on like fucking Republican laws forcing kids to have rape babies and shit. Fuck that. God damn. That is why like the pro-life position is fucking evil to me. I understand where people are coming from. If you explain it to somebody and they don't know any better, they're like, "Oh, Democrats are for killing babies." Like, I can get how that's an easy position to take, but like there's so much more nuance to the argument. There's so many more things you got to be educated on in order to have an opinion on that position. And just ultimately, I don't see how there is any just position other than pro-choice. We were watching George Santos. How did we even get to this? Yeah, and like that's another thing about Republicans fucking saying they're pro-life, but yet fucking kids just keep getting killed in schools. Common problem in this country. Dead baby ice cream. Oh. What were you saying, George Santos? I kind of got off on a tangent there.
Our thriving economy steering the opposite direction. American households cannot afford food and gas. Our wages are failing to keep up with inflation that continues to increase. Since the president took office, we as a nation watched the average gas price go from $2.39 to our current average of $3.45. However, on day one of Biden's presidency, he killed the Keystone XL pipeline, which could have been supplying 830,000 barrels per day from Canada to the U.S. refineries, and depleted our strategic petroleum reserve to its lowest since 1984. Another time that President Biden failed to address was the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan. As a result, 13 brave service members lost their lives.
They say catastrophic, but like other governments praised the withdrawal. I was like, that was amazing.
But have now taken back control of Afghanistan. I yield back.
Biden didn't have anything to do with the Taliban taking back control of Afghanistan. Trump negotiated that. This is just like right-wingers are fucking morons. Absolute fucking morons. You heard the rebuttal last night from Sarah Huckabee Sanders. We covered it. He pulled out so good. God damn it.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Sarah Huckabee Sanders said normal or crazy. Now the litmus test or some shit. What the fuck did she say? Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders delivered the Republican response to President Joe Biden's State of the Union address on Tuesday night, and it was loaded with the expected right-wing culture war grievances. Sanders' speech included attacks on the LGBTQ rights, critical race theory, the woke mob, and more, but it also contained one line that probably didn't get the reaction she was hoping. The choice is no longer between right or left, declared Sanders. The choice is between normal and crazy. Ragnats. We have to distinguish. This was another thing that when I had the discussion with Epic Gains the other day, Ben Shapiro knows what he's doing. The rich people that fund the Republican Party know what they're doing. Your average fucking Republican is a fucking moron. And not so much a moron. The correct terminology would be ignorance. They don't know anything about the topic. And because they don't know anything about the topic, it's easy to pull a demagoguery on them. To appeal to emotions and base hatreds against groups they don't understand, as opposed to making a rational argument about policy. That's what it means to demagogue somebody. It depends on which politician we're talking about. Does Josh Hawley know what he's doing? Abso-fucking-lutely. Josh Hawley is a smart man. Does John Kennedy from Louisiana know what he's doing? Absolutely. That man is a smart man. Does Marjorie Taylor Greene know what she's doing? I don't think so. I think she is a very dumb woman. I think Lauren Boebert's dumb. I think Paul Gosar is dumb. I think Tommy Tuberville's dumb. I think fucking Ron Johnson is dumb. And I just named 2 fucking senators. I'm not in like fucking. There's a good fucking 80, 100 Congress people that are dumb. And there's some dumb Democrats too. No, there's some very bright politicians. And on both sides of the aisle, I think way more on the Democratic side than the Republican. I mean, Josh Hawley is a smart man. I don't think Kevin McCarthy is that bright. I'm going to come right out and say it. I don't think Kevin McCarthy is that bright. He's the fucking Speaker of the House. I think Mitch McConnell is an incredibly bright man and an amazingly skilled politician. Holy fuck, Mitch McConnell. I've gone on record many times that Mitch McConnell may be the most effective politician in the history of the country. Hero Dante, okay, third party doesn't work. It works on the local level. If you want a third party, you got to build it on the local level. My problem with people that always bring up third party is that they seem to want a third party presidential candidate, and you can't just come right out and have a presidential candidate. Third parties are built on the local level. You need to get elected to the school boards, to the sheriff's office, to the city council, to the county seat of government. That's where your third parties start. If you've got friends that are in the professional class, move to a town and take it over. Get your lawyer friend, get your doctor friend, move to a fucking small town. Kind of like the small town I've got in my mind. Get in local government. That's what, like, there's just like the idea that you can have a third party and come out and be a player on the national level. And so anytime you see a third party like that tries to make a run of it on the national level, it is almost certainly a grift. Andrew Yang right now is a grifter. He is only doing that for his own ego and for his own lining of his pockets. If he cared about creating a third party, it would be a nationwide local strategy. I will support you. That doesn't stop you from running for office. Get involved. Get involved in local campaigns. And that's another thing. A lot of people that want to come in and want to be like, oh, I don't like AOC. They've never participated in politics. They don't know how resale politics and wholesale politics at the local level works. Sell politics. Resale politics is kind of what we have when politicians go to the highest bidder. Sorry, I keep getting off on tangents. Oh, and we've still got this wild ass goddamn Twitter fucking shit. We've got the Twitter hearings from earlier. Let me tell you about this fucking balloon. Everybody talking about the balloon. U.S. Intel assessment documents Chinese spy balloon incident under Trump. U.S. military intelligence report from last year that focused on China's use of high-altitude balloons mentioned sightings in Hawaii and Florida during the Trump presidency, according to an excerpt of the report reviewed by CNN in April of 2022. The report from April of 2022, titled People's Republic of China High-Altitude Balloons, found a Chinese spy balloon circumnavigated the globe in 2019 while Donald Trump was president at an altitude of roughly 65,000 feet, drifted past Hawaii and across Florida before continuing its journey. This is according to U.S. Air Force documents. However, it is not clear from the documents when U.S. officials first became aware of the Chinese flights or what they assessed regarding their purpose. The Air Force assessment obtained by CNN states that a spy balloon was launched and controlled by China in 2019, showing the country was capable of navigating a high-altitude balloon across the globe as far back as the Trump administration. China has deployed multiple HABs, high-altitude balloons, that can operate at 65,000 feet to 328,000 feet and for months at a time. The news comes as Trump administration officials have in recent days questioned how Chinese spy balloons could have similarly traversed the U.S. on their watch without them knowing, as the Biden administration and senior defense officials have said is the case. The Biden administration has told the Trump administration, the former Trump administration, they will brief them. They will brief them on the balloons. The American military had a domain awareness gap that allowed the 3 other balloons to transit undetected. The Pentagon general responsible for providing air and missile defense over North America said on Monday. Ragnats, I think I have my political compass if you would like to see it. Okay, I don't have my political compass, but I have the political compass with the 2020 presidential candidates marked on it. And Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard being there is hilarious. But when I took the political compass test, my dot ended up down here. I am the true definition of a leftist libertarian. The only thing I believe the government is responsible for is looking out for your rights, providing you with roads and schools and water and high-speed internet. It's not to build bombs for profit. It's to provide you with health care. It's to operate a transit system for the benefit of the people. It's to operate a energy grid for the benefit of the people. I'm fine and dandy with, like, I consider myself, all economies are mixed economies. It's to what extent and what sectors you have government control over. And I believe certain industries should be nationalized, like we nationalize ExxonMobil. It has no business being a company. On the flip side, like say your steel factory in Pennsylvania, I think the workers should own that. And I think the government should take an active role in allowing workers to take over their factories. When you have a worker co-op or a rotating board of workers that represent the janitor, somebody from the sanitation department in the company is represented on the board, and you just rotate every few years, right? And you elect a new person from whichever department, shit like that. When you have that kind of a system in place, workers don't ship their jobs overseas. They don't offshore the company for the profits of a select few that are invested in Wall Street. And when you're saying, as many politicians have for many years, having a robust steel industry in the country is good for national security. It's good for our economy. So why wouldn't we incentivize the workers to own that? But then if you're talking about a restaurant on a local level, I think that a sole proprietorship is totally fine. And like Rob Noer, when I was debating Rob Noer, I shouldn't have said it the way I said it, because man, did he ever run with it. Because I said people like me who are contractors for, media shit, I can own my own business. Because fucking me owning my business and providing a service to people doesn't prevent people from having access to health care or life-saving medicine. But like because I was like what I do, I'm a contractor for this blah blah blah, and he's like, oh, my industry gets to be capitalist, but everybody else gets to be socialist. Ha ha ha! Look at the lib over here, blah blah blah. And Rob Noer ran with that. But what I meant is like, I make entertainment, I make marketing tools for businesses and shit. What I do isn't life or death. Somebody, a restaurant could be a sole proprietorship, and like multiple Italian restaurants competing with each other, you would think, theoretically, would produce, a better product. A local boutiques competing with each other. We should break up Walmart or nationalize Walmart. Use Walmart, nationalize it. Walton family, you've made enough fucking money. We've got the infrastructure. If we just nationalize all of Walmart's assets, and then we can just use it to we have a brand of paper towel that the government buys in bulk from some paper towel manufacturer, so they get it at the cheapest possible price, and then we stock the now Walmarts with this generic paper towel, and you can go and you can take your UBI that I would have in my perfect society, and you can go and you can use your UBI to purchase paper towels at the cheapest possible price. But if there's a company that wants to make paper towels and thinks they can do it better, they got a much better idea for a paper towel, let them compete. But don't cut people off from basic fucking needs. But as it stands right now, Walmart stores, they live off the government. Their employees are one of the, I don't that may have changed in the last few years, but they used to be like the largest percentage of the workforce that also collected government benefits like SNAP. Wait a minute, Mezer, are you referring to me leisure mindset? I don't like that. Was I saying I get leisure or something? Because it's like being a contractor and shit is a rough deal, my friend. I'm not. Oh, the elitists have this mindset. Yeah. Oh, I went off on a lot of tangents here. Did the commercial break play on Twitch? It's gonna play in like 43 seconds. I'm probably running everybody off. It's time for the intellectual Dollar Tree anyway. But we gotta cover this We got to cover these congressional hearings. Well, you're welcome. I hope I made some sense and I wasn't just ranting like a madman. We're going to talk about private companies and shit here in just a little bit because there was a hearing about Twitter. They're hearing about Twitter today in Congress. The words pussy ass bitch were read into the congressional record today. The words pussy ass bitch were read into the congressional record today. I'm going to have that in just a little bit more. We're going to cover that congressional hearing and just a couple other stories, and we're going to get out of here. We'll right into Producer Dave. I got to take a tinkle. If you're watching on Twitch, you're going to get the 3-minute break. If you're not subbed, if you are subbed, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with you. Gwyneth Paltrow is one of the biggest stars on Earth. An actress, a singer, an author, an entrepreneur. She is an Academy Award winner and owner of a successful lifestyle brand, albeit with a questionable name. Why then is she stealing her ideas from a barely known comedian from Appalachia? Earlier this year, Paltrow launched her This Candle Smells Like My Vagina product under her Goop brand. There's just one little issue, Miss Paltrow. I came up with the idea for pussy candles back in 2013. It's from my stand-up comedy routine, Pussy in the Morning, where I coined the concept of a vagina-scented perfume I called Eau de Toit. The next line in that routine goes a little something like this.
And that inspired me to create a scented candle, which also looks like a vagina and smells like a turned-on vagina. So you burn it, you get the smell of vagina, and then after it's finished, it looks like a freshly fucked pussy, all floppy and sloppy.
So, since Miss Paltrow is clearly infringing on an idea I had that long predates her product, I would like a cut of that $75 she's charging for her ripped-off cunt candle. Please donate to my legal fund by visiting my Patreon. Show this bougie liberal elitist that she can't steal her ideas from the hardworking people of America's heartland. And I will use the money from that settlement to bring affordable pussy-scented candles to market. Available to all the masses, not just Elton John. Elton John? Why does he like the smell of pussy? The mystery that may never get answered. Why does he like the smell of pussy? Yes, Hill the Bees, everyone pee. I had to pee really bad. I've been sitting here drinking coffee the whole time. And I'm drinking more coffee. I'm not high enough for this shit. We gotta find out what the rest of that news be doing and getting out of here. Fair enough. You don't have to like pussy to like the smell of it. Maybe fucking Gwyneth Paltrow got a fucking some kind of fairy ass pussy that smells amazing. Who knows? Who am I to judge? Maybe she invites people over to sniff her pussy. She's like, you got to get a whiff of this. This is awesome. Tell you what I'm going to do this weekend. As I said, the donation bar, I didn't want to have to do it. I think I've got things covered. I think I'm going to be able to pull this off, and me and the kitties aren't going to be homeless, and there's going to be minimal interruption to the Troll Patrol and online content. However, if I do pull it off, it's going to be by the skin of my fucking teeth. So having a little extra padding would be nice. That's why I did the donation. Several people have donated tonight, but the donation bar has not been working properly. Many things have not been working properly. My chat over here is not working. The chat on screen is current. I don't exactly know yet. I'm hoping I have something lined up, but waiting to hear back. I've answered several ads. One in particular stuck out with me, like, I think this would be a really good fit. I like the city. So thank you to everybody who has donated. I'm sorry that the donation goal is far more, it's far closer than 1.67% as it says. I'm going to work and try to fix that. It is not the West Coast, no. I'm going to work to try to fix, I do know how I can, start it at the correct number tomorrow, and hopefully I will have a state that has been trending red, so if I move to it, it will help me, it might help it go back blue. It really would. That was one of the things that I thought of. That was like, it has trended red over the last 10-15 years. So me moving there could help tip it back in the other direction. It was a state that Obama won. And Trump won. It is North Carolina. Stop trying to guess. It's the thing is this town is such a fucking magnificent town. I love this town. I've always loved this town, but it's untouched. The yuppies haven't invaded it yet. There's no highway. It's like 2-lane road to get to it. But it has a thriving fucking community, and the entire town is walkable. And I'm just like, that's brilliant. And the prices of apartments aren't too high there because the yuppies haven't come in yet, and the property's older. It's so perfect. It is not Myrtle Beach. It is so my style. I can't believe I didn't think of this years ago. I should have went and lived there years ago. The entire town is walkable and bikeable. It has thriving local shops and breweries and shit. And perfect. But it's a little itty bitty town. See pictures of it though, and you go, oh my god, that is a beautiful fucking town. And that's the kind of place that, like, Justin may go make his home. Justin may live out the rest of his days in a town like that. Justin really been thinking on it, like, ooh, that might work out. This might work out. I go, it's a communal living situation. Go do that for a little while, save up some money, get a nice apartment there. Nicer. rent a house, something like that. Maybe I'm finally able to buy a house and it's in that area. And maybe I become a local fixture. Maybe I run for office. Take my own advice. This is the town I'm going to move to and I'm going to take it over. Maybe I'm going to be on the city council here soon. It's a college town. It's a fucking college town. Which, I mean, probably more up my speed, too. And that's why it's got a local bar scene and shit that I'm probably going to be able to do stand-up comedy. There's probably bars that have open mic night and shit. I do stand-up comedy at. Also, Farquaad, did I tell you good evening? If things work out. But just in case, that's what I'm saying. Help Justin and the kitties not be homeless. I'm kind of joking. The recently renamed Freakville. I love it. Oh, you said Freakinville. You like Freakinville better or Freakville? You can't tell me that Freakville... Softball Saul, good evening. You can't tell me that Freakville merchandise wouldn't sell. Somebody mentioned the city of Moorhead earlier, and it's like one of the top-selling collegiate caps. Have you even heard of the fucking college Moorhead? It's like a Division fucking 7 school. I'm sorry, I insulted it. It's probably like a Division 2 or 3 school. I don't think there is a Division 7. But it's one of the top-selling collegiate apparels in the NCAA because it's Moorhead. One of the other top sellers is just Cox. The South Carolina Gamecocks has merchandise that just says Cox on it. Also one of the best sellers. The Freakville merchandise would definitely go over. I don't want tourism though. I don't want people to move into this town. I want to go take it over and keep it to myself. I want to be selfish. Justin's gonna go retire too. Seriously, I look forward to it. Like I'm even if I don't move to that town directly from here where I'm sitting right now in the next couple of weeks, I am probably, the more I think about it, how much I love that fucking town. Yeah, welcome to Freakville. Now get the fuck out. Bailiff, wag his pee-pee. I love you guys. You guys are so fucking funny. But yeah, that's what the donation is for. Justin thinks he's got everything covered. But if he makes it, it's going to be by the skin of his teeth. So figured I'd throw up the donation since I do have a platform. Otherwise, I hate asking for money, and just your views, your likes, your shares, that's what I'm going for. I don't want to have to ask you guys for money. I don't want to be in a position where I can go raise money for other people. I do want to pay it forward. Help Justin get bigger so he can pay it forward. Someone I'm sure who doesn't want to pay it forward is a representative by the name of Lauren Boebert. This hearing that they had today on Twitter with former Twitter executives was apparently wild. So welcome to Republicans being in control of the House. We're on week number 2 of official business. And it's just been the most batshit crazy fucking hearings. Today it was Twitter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Matt Taibbi, a respected reporter.
Once again, starting off with crazy, Matt Taibbi, a respected reporter
who published much of the Twitter files, said, quote, Twitter's contact with FBI was constant and pervasive, as if it were a subsidiary. Now, I want to better understand
during the Trump administration.
Would suggest that. Mr. Roth, while at Twitter, how many meetings did you have with the FBI?
I couldn't say for sure, but I would
More
say
than 10?
That's a
More
reasonable
than 20?
estimate. I couldn't say for sure.
More than 50?
That seems a bit high.
Many meetings with the FBI. Well, we know
So a couple dozen, probably.
FBI agents worked at Twitter while you were there.
I don't believe any active FBI agents.
Former FBI agents. How many worked there while you were there?
I'm aware of perhaps 2.
Well, we know of at least 9 because they started the BU group chat, BU for Bureau. Now, Mr. Roth, did the FBI ever ask you to share information like users' communication data without going through proper legal channels?
No, they did not, and I would have refused if they had.
That's correct. I see you denied Agent Chan's request for access to Twitter's data feed. What's sick isn't that you would deny it. It's that the FBI would even ask you for the private data of American citizens without going through legal channels of the law.
Ma'am,
Now,
ma'am.
Did the FBI ever ask you?
I lived through the Bush administration. Also, I'd like to point out, as I think I started the show saying this, the government doesn't need a warrant for information that you gave a private company willingly. And a private company willingly hands over to the government. Mr. D, good evening. Thank you for being a freaking follower. I will repeat that again. The government does not need a warrant to get information from a private company that you handed that data over to willingly, and that fucking company willingly hands over to the government. That is how they circumvent the Constitution. Oh, just ranting about dumb fucks. If you are new here, we might have a few new people here tonight. We took a pee-pee break earlier, and I meant to come back and say, you know, where I really wanted to pee was in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Give me that eye pussy, sir. I hate to not let you know about my fetish for dominating Dan Crenshaw, the representative from Texas. We like to kick authority in the balls around here.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Started the BU group chat, BU for Bureau. Now, Mr. Roth, did the FBI ever ask you to share information like users' communication data without going through proper legal channels?
No, they did not, and I would have refused if they had.
That's correct. I see that you denied Agent Chan's request for access to Twitter's data feed. What's sick isn't that you would deny it.
So wait a minute. He did the thing that she agrees he should have done. But what's sick is not that you did the right thing, but
that the FBI would even ask you for the private data of American citizens without going through legal channels.
My God, have you read a history book, Lauren Bo? Oh, wait a minute. Emmerich's right. That's, oof. J. Edgar Hoover I'm surprised didn't pop out of the fucking grave and be like, ma'am, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you think we were like invented for?
Of the law. Now, I want to remind you, Mr. Roth, that you are under oath.
Oh,
Did
sorry.
the FBI ever ask you to do anything that was illegal or questionably legal?
I'm not a lawyer, but certainly not to the best of my recollection or knowledge.
Now, from the hearing that I've been a part of today, it's almost impossible to tell where the FBI ends and where Twitter begins. We have Mr. Baker here, a former FBI agent, and there seems to be a revolving door between the FBI and Twitter itself.
Now do Goldman Sachs.
Mr. Baker said that there was no collusion.
Now do any of like pretty much the Fortune 500.
That's you. You are the collusion between the federal government and the FBI. And now with it, this is such a problem because we're seeing censorship all over. Mr. Roth, Ms. Gaddy, Did either of you approve the shadow banning of my account at Lauren Boebert? Yes or no?
No, I did not.
Not to the best of my recollection.
Well, let me refresh your memory, because on March 12th, 2021, and Mr. Roth, I know you looked at it because Fascist Twitter 1.0 had a public interest exceptions policy, which means for members of Congress to be shadow banned, it had to go before you, Mr. Roth. So I'll ask again, did you shadow ban my account?
Well, now hold on, Miss Boebert. You said at Lauren Boebert. That is not your Congressional handle.
Yes or no?
Again, not to the best of my recollection.
So the answer is, Mr. Roth, yes, you did. I found out last night from Twitter staff that you suppressed my account for this tweet. It's a freaking joke about Hillary Clinton being angry that she couldn't rig her election. It's a joke, but in response, being the sinister overlords that you all are, you placed a 90-day account filter so I could not be found. And now we see here that Twitter staff said the visibility filter on my account excluded me from top searches, prevented notifications for non-followers, and much more. This is considered an aggressive visibility filter. You silenced members of Congress from communicating.
One, she wasn't silent. She wasn't taken down. She wasn't banned in any way. Apparently, she triggered something, probably automated. Or like I don't know what the joke is. We're not seeing the tweet up on a screen or anything right now. But apparently, she triggered something for probably election denialism, and they just didn't show her to people who weren't following her, and she wasn't searchable.
With their constituents. You silenced me from
She's mad about it.
The American people over a freaking joke. Now, who the hell do you...
They're like, when they say shadow ban, they mean they're just not boosted. So let's properly define what's going on. They just weren't boosted. She's not silent ever. She has a platform. But that's what they're upset about. And that's, whenever you hear a right-winger talk about, fucking big tech censorship, it's a marketing ploy that they think that they should be monetized for the things they say. They shouldn't have to face repercussions for violating terms of service.
You think that you are. Election interference? Yeah, I would say that was taking place because of you four sitting here. The Hunter Biden laptop story was suppressed. A sitting member of Congress was suppressed. A sitting president was banned from Twitter. I bet that Putin is sitting in the Kremlin wishing he had as much election interference as you four here today. We've heard about threats to democracy.
By the way, once again, the Twitter files showed us that Twitter did nothing nefarious and that they had very robust conversations over what was in the best interest. Like, go and read the Twitter files and you will find that there are people conflicted about what is in the best interest of democracy and in making sure that they're fair to everybody. Serious deliberation went on at the highest levels of Twitter, which is exactly what you would want. These people that are pissed off are just fucking idiots like Lauren Boebert.
Well, what about shutting down a duly elected member of Congress? This is fundamental to our nation's governance, and you all attacked that very foundation. 230 protections? Well, those are for publishers, not for editors. And it's clear you were not acting as publishers, you were acting as editors. And Mr. Chairman, I think it's far past time that we remove 230 protections for big tech platforms who are abusing this protection.
She has no clue what that means. She has no clue that's another thing. Right-wingers do not know the repercussions of removing 230 protections. It will result in far more moderation. It will result, mark my word, it will result in far more moderation.
I'm not angry because I was silenced.
And by silent, she means her meme on her personal account. She said it was an attack on a sitting member of Congress and her ability to do governance. for her to share a meme on her personal account. I wish you could feel embarrassment, you stupid fuck.
And it's clear you were not acting as publishers, you were acting as editors. And Mr. Chairman, I think it's far past time that we remove 230 protections for big tech platforms who are abusing this protection. And let me just say, I'm not angry for myself. I'm not angry because I was silenced. I can reach out to Elon and to his staff, and I can see what's happened. And I can sit here today and hold you all in account. I am angry for the millions of Americans who were silenced because of your decisions, because of your actions, because of your collusion with the federal government. They can't reach out to Elon. They can't sit here today and hold you into account. We don't know where the FBI ends and Twitter begins. Free speech and even Twitter. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Once again, she's talking about during the Trump administration. I can't stress that enough. She is talking about during the Trump administration. She's not the only one with tough words. Representative Higgins threatened these executives. Later comes the arrest part. Ominous rant at a congressional hearing on Twitter.
Chair, recognize Mr. Higgins for 5. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let's pop it out here.
Yielding.
That sounded sexual.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Chair, recognize Mr. Higgins for 5. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be yielding some time to my colleague, Mr. Jordan, here momentarily, but for the record, Mr. Baker, Ms. Gotti, Mr. Roth, Mr. Navaroli, are you here under the advice of counsel, and do you have counsel present?
Yes, sir.
That was a yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I was subpoenaed.
That's good to know. I'm glad you all have counsel present. Mr. Chairman, for the for submission for the record, I'd like consent to submit the Twitter files dated
the Twitter files
post about a New York Post regarding the suppression of.
And any right-winger that may be watching this or watching a replay of the show, like, fucking, this is what they're wasting your fucking taxpayer dollars on. This is what they're wasting time. We have so many fucking pressing issues in this country, and they're talking about Hunter Biden's laptop and Twitter. And the fucking, why is Twitter such a fucking issue? There's not even that many people on Twitter. These people have the Twitter brain. Like, it's not even one of the most popular social media platforms. Why is Twitter so goddamn important? Fucking shit. And then, like, censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop story that we saw all the major news outlets cover. There was a Fox piece. We watched it the other night. They showed clips of all of the outlets. MSNBC, CBS, ABC. Everybody did a fucking piece on the Hunter Biden story. Fox News showed a montage of them talking about it in October of 2020. And they cut back, and a dude was like, fucking, the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story. And one of the commenters on Fox News was like, you just played a clip of all the major news outlets talking about it, though. The fuck? What world do we live in?
Of conservative commentators like that submitted. Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like to also submit for the record a timeline of events with cited sources outlining strong evidence of the Biden family organized criminal actions would certainly indicate that we've crossed the threshold of reasonable suspicion. I'd like this timeline submitted for the record.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, just where is that from, that timeline?
Timeline in my hand, boss. I'll get it to you shortly.
In my hand, boss.
Bottom line is that the FBI had the Biden crime family laptop for a year.
They knew it was leaking. They knew it would hurt the Biden campaign. So the FBI used its relationship with Twitter to suppress criminal evidence being revealed about Joe Biden.
Remember, there were only like 3 requests. It was like, I think I'm conflating something here. I don't even remember the FBI requesting anything be suppressed about the Hunter Biden story or whatever. They just gave a vague warning about Russian misinformation. The request to suppress information came from the Biden campaign, and it only related to Hunter Schlong. It was pictures of Hunter Schlong.
Had the Biden crime family laptop for a year. They knew it was leaking. They knew it would hurt the Biden campaign. So the FBI used its relationship with Twitter to suppress criminal evidence being revealed about Joe Biden 1 month before the 2020 election.
It didn't happen.
You, ladies and gentlemen, interfered with the United States of America 2020 presidential election, knowingly and willingly. That's the bad news. It's going to get worse because this is the investigation part. Later comes the arrest part. Your attorneys are familiar with that. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to spend 5 hours with these ladies and gentlemen doing depositions surely yet to come. But for right now, I'll yield the balance of my time to my colleague, Mr. Jordan.
Did you hear that unhinged rant? That is Representative Clay Higgins from Louisiana. One more time.
They knew it would hurt the Biden campaign. So the FBI used its relationship
Was he a prosecutor?
To suppress criminal evidence being revealed about Joe Biden 1 month before the 2020 elections. You, ladies and gentlemen, interfered with the United States of
He was not. He is a cop.
presidential election, knowingly and willingly. That's the.
That explains a lot. He's a cop. Enlisted in the military police corps. Then he worked for several years at a car dealership. Patrol officer at a city police department. Went to work for a sheriff's office. Yep. He's a cop. Motherfucker thinks he's a prosecutor, though. Been watching too much Law and fucking Order.
Bad news is going to get worse because this is the investigation part. Later comes the arrest part. Your attorneys are familiar with that. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to spend 5 hours with these ladies and gentlemen doing depositions surely yet to come. But for right now, I'll yield the balance of my time to my colleague, Mr. Jordan.
Man, when I hear somebody talk with that accent, I want them cooking me fucking food. If you're speaking with that accent to me, I want you cooking food for me. Make me a gumbo, motherfucker. Make me some fucking ratatouille or whatever the fuck. What else is Louisiana? Make me some fried alligator bites. Chrissy Teigen stunned after her vulgar Trump insult. Etouffee, there we go. Thank you, Cicero. An etouffee. Ooh, I love our shrimp and grits. Maybe some red beans. I am a gumbo. Well, thank you, Farquaad. I'll take that as a compliment. Chrissy Teigen stunned after her vulgar Trump insult is read aloud during a House hearing. Oh my God, she wrote. I am crying. I cannot go on.
Okay, on September 8th, 2019, at 11:11 p.m. Donald?
All you blue-hairs out there, it happened at 11:11 p.m. Better make a wish.
Trump heckled two celebrities on Twitter, John Legend and his wife, Chrissy Teigen, and referred to them as the musician John Legend and his filthy mouth wife, unquote. Ms. Teigen responded to that email at 12:17 a.m. And according to notes from a conversation with you, Ms. Navaroli's counsel, your counsel, the White House almost immediately thereafter contacted Twitter to demand the tweet be taken down. Is that accurate?
Thank you for the question. In my role, I was not responsible for receiving any sort of request from the government. However, what I was privy to was my supervisors letting us know.
He's on Twitter's safety policy
something
team.
along those lines, or something of a request.
Also, she looks like a badass. Just
I
say.
do remember
Shouldn't
hearing
stereotype
that
people.
we had received a request from the White House to make sure that we evaluated this tweet and that they wanted it to come down because it was a derogatory statement directed towards the president.
They wanted it to come down. They made that request.
To my recollection, yes.
I thought that was an inappropriate action by a government official, let alone the White House.
Ooh.
But it wasn't Joe Biden about his son's laptop.
Exactly.
It was Donald Trump because he didn't like what Chrissy Teigen had to say about him. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
My.
My. I think we have the actual reading of the terminology here.
Chair recognizes Mr. Codley for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My, what happens when you hold a hearing and you can't prove your point? We heard from the chairman in his opening statement that it's wrong for government to call Twitter and say, take down a tweet. Did I hear that correct, Mr. Roth?
That was my understanding, yes.
Yeah. So on May 27th, 2020, President Donald J. Trump tweeted, and I quote, "Republicans feel that social media platforms totally silence conservatives." By the way, something that would come as news to you, apparently, Mr. Roth, because you're still the subject of conservative harassment.
Hold on. We've got to. This is not the reading of the record of the phrase in question I wanted to bring up.
You testified about a 2019 tweet that was about President Trump, and I think it was from Ms. Teigen. What was the tweet about?
Would you like me to give the direct quote?
Yeah.
Please excuse my language. This is a direct quote, but Chrissy Teigen referred to Donald Trump as a pussy-ass bitch.
Okay. Free speech. And what happened after Ms. Teigen posted her tweet? What did the White House do? What did the Trump White House do?
From my understanding, the White House reached out to ask that this tweet be removed. It was my team's...
Oh, this happened on the floor of the House. Hold on.
Naravoli, earlier you testified about a 2019 tweet that was about President Trump, and I think it was from Ms. Teigen. What was the tweet about?
Would you like me to give the direct quote?
Yeah.
Please excuse my language. This is a direct quote, but Chrissy Teigen referred to Donald Trump as a pussy-ass bitch.
Free speech. And what happened after Ms. Teigen posted her tweet? What did the White House do? What did the Trump White House do?
From my understanding, the White House reached out to ask that this tweet be removed. It was my team's job. This fell underneath the policy for abusive behaviors, and we evaluated underneath our insults policy. At that time, up to 3 insults were allowed, and so it was our job to determine how many insults were included within that phrase.
So the Trump White House...
Wait, whoa. You can have up to 3 insults. You can have up to... So pussy-ass bitch, that's 3 insults. That falls under the guidelines, right? So that was your ruling.
Ms. Naravoli, earlier you testified about a 2019 tweet that was about President Trump, and I think it was from Ms. Teigen. What was the tweet about?
Would you like me to give the direct quote?
Yeah.
Please excuse my language. This is a direct quote, but Chrissy Teigen referred to Donald Trump as a pussy-ass bitch.
Okay. Free speech. And what happened after Ms. Teigen posted her tweet? What did the White House do? What did the Trump White House do?
From my understanding, the White House reached out to ask that this tweet be removed. It was my team's job. This fell underneath the policy for abusive behaviors, and we evaluated underneath our insults policy. At that time, up to 3 insults were allowed, and so it was our job to determine how many insults were included within that phrase.
So the Trump White House reached out, not an agency, but the White House reached out and requested that you remove the tweet.
From my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Emmerich, that would be correct.
Just, Naravoli, earlier you testified about a 2019 tweet that was about President Trump, and I think it was from Ms. Teagan.
One more time. No, cut it off.
Would you like me to give the direct quote?
Yeah.
Please excuse my language. This is a direct quote, but Chrissy Teigen referred to Donald Trump as a pussy-ass bitch.
Okay. Free speech. And what happened?
What timeline are we living in? My God. Oh, motherfuckers.
Come on, man.
Pussy ass bitch. Now in the Congressional Record. One Mr. Jamie Raskin gave the closing statements during the Twitter hearings today. Jamie Raskin is going to be donning a bandana because of his chemotherapy. I think it makes him look like a badass. And apparently his little rant that we're getting ready to hear here is pretty badass as well.
The ranking member and I are going to have very brief closing statements. I yield to the ranking member.
Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for your endurance and patience today. I hope you don't feel as bad about the day as you seem to look right now, but it's going to be over soon. I want to start with a simple point that I hope will be sympathetic to you, and I began the long day with this. It's even more important now that we have members who are actually threatening witnesses with arrest and prosecution for clearly imaginary offenses, or at least offenses that might make sense in their minds, but I don't quite know what they would be. But Twitter is a private First Amendment protected media entity, and you make your own decisions like Fox News makes its decisions. And I might get kicked off of Fox News, or they might not cover me, or Wall Street Journal, or MSNBC. I've got no constitutional right to go there. So
this is correct.
A fundamental legal fallacy and logical fallacy that pervades most of the questioning today. And my friend, the chairman, and my friend, Mr. Jordan, certainly know that under our First Amendment, there's a state action requirement. There is no state action here. Now, there's an attempt to perhaps jerry-rig some state action by claiming, well, it was really the FBI.
That's what I said. He's a Crip now.
Well, what do we have in terms of what we found today? Well, today's witnesses, each and every one, testified that no U.S. government official directed any of them to censor, remove, or take down the New York Post story. That was their mistake. 2, today's witnesses all testified that the Biden campaign did not direct Twitter to take action against the New York Post story. And 3, the whole hearing was predicated on the idea that the FBI directed Twitter to take down the New York Post story to protect Biden. But once again, not a single witness testified that the FBI even communicated with Twitter about the New York Post story. So to me, this has been a wild cyber goose chase all day. It has turned up absolutely nothing. But there was one serious point made by our witness, Ms. Navaroli, who said that the violence and the chaos that was wreaked upon this institution, not far from where we sit today, on January 6th, the attempt to topple a presidential election and install someone who had not been elected as president, was facilitated by Twitter and other social media entities. And at Twitter, at least, the brass there specifically rejected the pleas of employees to take seriously all of the signs and clues of coming violence in the insurrectionary action that took place. That's a serious problem that we're going to have to deal with at some point at a serious hearing, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you.
Pussy ass bitch. I mean, Trump is a pussy ass bitch, so I see no issue. Tunkiska. Tankistka. Are you just trying to get a rise out of us? It's not working too well. I think nobody in the chat's paying attention to you, and I'm just finding out what that news be doing. I'm trying to actually get to the news I've been trying to get to the whole night. We've been having discussions about other things. We got off topic. I've had to rant a few different times. Had to put some people in their place. Pussy ass bitch. What timeline are we living in that pussy ass bitch was read into the Congressional record today? Today. Republicans are just outlandishly stupid. My chat is so far behind the actual chat. Like my panel over here in OBS that tells me what's going on. Rags is talking about fucking Lauren Boebert getting shadow banned. That's what's going on over here for me. The internet has not worked right tonight. I'm gonna be on this weekend. We're gonna do something a little different. So I don't usually take requests when it comes to music. We're doing the donation thing. I'm gonna take requests. I'm gonna dollar requests. You want me to listen to a song at the dollar? OMG! Have I told you good evening? Have you snuck in here on me? And if you did sneak in here, I just want to say the help Justin and the kitties be homeless is kind of being facetious. Kinda, but also maybe not. Justin thinks he's got it covered, but also he's gonna come very close. It's gonna be by the skin of his teeth if he gets it covered. So it's always nice to have a little padding. A lot more people than the $20 that are in there donated. Just the donation thing is fucked up and doesn't really work. The description of Hunter's Hog. See, I can't click on it because I don't have... Oh, I can go to Twitter. Or, I can go to Twitch. Description of Hunter's Hog.
Okay. Hunter Biden's wang is actually a quado. Y'all know Hunter Biden's dick is running the deep state. Did you ever see Total Recall? Okay, so here's my theory on Hunter Biden, okay? Hunter Biden's wang is actually a quado. Y'all know what a quado is, right? Like, you've seen the movie.
I have not seen the movie, actually.
Hunter Biden's wang is actually a quado. That's why his wang is always out. So like Hunter Biden's eyes are rolled up into his head. He's like this, and people think it's because he's high. He's not. That's what happens to the dude when the quado jumps out of his stomach, right? Like the guy goes, and he's all like rolled up in his head, and then the quado's like, oh, I can see things. Like, I'm telling you, it makes sense.
Probably if I'd seen the movie. That's why I don't take requests. You gotta take requests this weekend. We'll do dollar requests. I'll play your songs this time. They'll just let my Spotify go on random. A couple more stories to touch on here tonight. The Church of Satan says Sam Smith and Kim Petras' unholy performance was more meh. Guess they weren't into it. I was into it. I thought it was good. A magister of the church says the performance didn't evoke anything particularly devilish other than some fun costumes. They probably have a point there. It's just some fun costumes. Also, this is the first close-up look I've got at a shirt. That's a nice shirt. I like that shirt. I'm into it. While many on the Christian right were left clutching their pearls following Sam Smith and Kim Petras' supposedly satanic performance at the 2023 Grammys, one organization closely familiar with the subject matter found it a bit boring. In an interview with TMZ, oh shit, do we have the actual interview? Can we hear? We don't have video? Well, nuts. David Harris, a magister of the Church of Satan, said he thought Smith and Petras' performance was all right. Nothing particularly special. In the performance, Smith sported a red leather outfit with horns spouting from a top hat, while Petras danced in a cage surrounded by fire and bag-up dancers dressed as devils. However, when it came to the real-life people who were offended by the performance, especially public figures like Ted Cruz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, I mean, I like pelvic thrusting and grinding. Oh my God, Cicero! The joke didn't land with me. I've not seen the movie. Apparently people in my chat are over there watching James instead of me, instead of finding out what that news be doing. I'm sure it was a perfectly funny joke. The time has passed. We missed the joke. I didn't. I'm sorry, my friend. I'm sorry. Next time I'll play the whole clip. That was my fault. I take full responsibility. We're already on the Church of Satan. I'm not high enough for this shit. Will do, Cicero. I will make sure to watch it later. All right. We're gonna sit this one down. This is not your animal story, but we're getting close to your animal story. Both involve monkeys. Yo, we got monkeys tonight. You like a monkey? Thought I had a local news hit. Oh, you guys are watching. I've already spoiled the fucking the story here.
After the two latest incidents, officials tell us there is already a lot of change underway right here at the zoo. Not only have they partnered up with the Dallas police and their camera system, but there is heightened security, especially overnight, making sure that no one else can steal any other animals. Over a week ago, 2 emperor tamarin monkeys were stolen from the Dallas Zoo. Then 2 weeks prior to that, someone cut open the clouded leopard enclosure at the zoo. Authorities say they've arrested Davion Irvin for stealing the monkeys, and they say he may have taken part.
All right, dude. You want to argue? Or are you coming in here to try to troll me, get a rise out of me? I take phone calls. You can hop in the Discord chat and talk to me if you're just gonna be a punk ass bitch. No, pussy ass bitch. That's what Chrissy Teigen said of Donald Trump. If you're just gonna be a pussy ass bitch in the chat, then I'm probably just gonna play the monkey story, move on. I didn't do a good job introing the story. I will probably re-intro it in case I want to clip this for YouTube. But if you would like to talk on the phone, Kikyo, hitting the phone number there. There's also the Discord. You can hop in the Discord chat. Just tell me you hopped in Discord. If you're listening to the audio, like, well, why did Justin just abruptly stop the story? There was somebody come in here with the name Pregnant Dude. Pregnant Dude is now a freaking follower, and you know that's a right-wing chud. You know that's a right-wing chud. You want to talk about gender and sex or something? I'm open. Let's do it. I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. Have already given a gender rant tonight. I know we did abortion, didn't we? And then I briefly got on trans people, but it was more about trans rights. It wasn't like about how like gender and sex work, was it? I'll do it, I guess. I'm feeling froggy. OMG, somebody named Pregnant Dude followed. And I just stopped everything. It was like, I'm calling you out. You want to talk to me? Let's go. But Pregnant Dude ain't going to speak up, it looks like. I was ready. You come in here with your fucking transphobia and your bigotry. Like, I ain't going to take it. I'll go off on you. I'll put you in your place. I'll make you look like the little pissant fucking idiot you are. I don't suffer fools lightly around here. But if not, speak now or forever hold your peace. We'll go back to this story about the dude who let the monkeys out of the cage. Ten. 9. It was like my mom did when I was being a bad boy when I was little. Gonna count to 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. You're gonna get the bad boy chair. If you don't stop that right now, make you assume the position on the washer dryer. And just for good measure, corporal punishment does nothing. If I wanted to, let me just keep throwing out controversial opinions that a lot of dumb fucks don't like to accept as fact because it's true. Corporal punishment does nothing to benefit the development of a child. Results in psychological issues in like 30% of children who receive corporal punishment. The moral of the story is don't beat your stupid fucking kids. I don't even like kids. Don't beat your stupid fucking kids. All right. No pregnant dude coming in. Englanders are always in a rush. I thought you guys took it a little bit easier than we did. Yeah, it wasn't a chat message. They're not popping up in chat. They aren't going to show their face. Fucking moron. Probably already unfollowed. Like, oop. Ain't fucking with this motherfucker. You go down to Texas, where a man let monkeys and apparently a snow leopard out of their cage at a zoo. Let's see if we get an MO for why he did this. Perhaps he was doing it for the well-being of the animals who were in captivity. He says if he had it to do over again, he'd do it again.
After the two latest incidents, officials tell us there is already a lot of change underway right here at the zoo. Not only have they partnered up with the Dallas police and their camera system, but there is heightened security, especially overnight, making sure that no one else can steal any other animals. Over a week ago, 2 emperor tamarin monkeys were stolen from the Dallas Zoo. Then 2 weeks prior.
Now, I would be derelict in my duty as a Twitch commentator that has been pointing out awesome mustaches on people over the last few months. This emperor monkey quite possibly has the absolute coolest mustache we have seen. Holy shit, Emperor Monkey. That mustache is bad ass. Keep on rocking, Monkey.
Monkeys were stolen from the Dallas Zoo. Then 2 weeks prior to that, someone cut open the clouded leopard enclosure at the zoo. Authorities say they've arrested Davion Irvin for stealing the monkeys, and they say he may have taken public transportation as his getaway. Since this happened at the zoo, officials tell us there is extensive changes underway, from fences, gates, locks to all of their cameras. All 350 full-time employees and the seasonal employees have been briefed about what happened. They're not only going through the training of see something, say something, but outside experts are also coming in. Arun Agarwal is the president of the Dallas Parks and Recs. He says making change and safety here is their #1 priority.
Working with the Dallas Police Department, that how do we coordinate, link that monitoring of the cameras with the police department. So it's working hand in hand, which is taking a holistic look at the entire park system, that how do we enhance public safety and at all our parks.
Rune says with the latest cases here at the Dallas Zoo, this has nothing to do with wildlife trafficking. As for the monkeys, we're being told they're in quarantine for a few weeks. And then after they're in that hospital here at the zoo, they'll be released out into their environment here. We will have much more at 6 o'clock about the changes underway.
Let me show you.
No, keep it in your pants. Don't show it to us.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I promise you multiple monkey stories. Monkey kind of nod. Here's your heartwarming actual animal video. This is our ending animal video here. This kitty has apparently adopted a baby monkey. Here's a cat that has adopted a baby monkey. Aww. It seems to be okay with the monkey. The cat looks protective of the monkey and shit. There's a baby monkey. Well, that cat doesn't look that big, to be honest with you. That doesn't look like it. Well, it's got some thick legs. I wouldn't think it would be able to carry a baby monkey that easy. What is the backstory for this? Cicero, I don't know that we know. Abu, an orphaned 8-month-old monkey in Malaysia, found an unlikely foster parent in a street cat. The baby monkey quickly learned to cling to its new mom upside down like a tree branch. This happened in Malaysia, apparently. I try to give you the best news on the internet, and I try to give you the best animal videos on the internet. Apparently a stray street cat totally adopted a baby monkey. It was apparently orphaned. Taking it, the monkey doesn't need to nurse anymore. Like, can you find like grapes and shit? That's what those little monkeys eat, right? Like grapes, little fruits, nuts and shit. I don't think a cat's sharing any tuna with him. I don't know. Did the cat steal the monkey? Well, see, we don't know. We don't have a lot of Nuts and shit. We don't have a lot of story to go by here. And we've got 30 seconds of video, and it's just a monkey clinging to a cat. I mean, from what the New York Post tells us, the monkey has a name. Its name is Abu, and it was adopted by the cat. But just from the 30 seconds of video, we don't know that cat's not in danger. That monkey's not trying. I mean, it doesn't look like it's trying to harm him. That cat may be asking, like, why is this monkey on me? Will you get this monkey? Don't film. Get this monkey off of me. Gives new meaning to monkey on my back. He slid off my back and he's on my undercarriage. But now I will say, like, cats are very protective of their tummies. That is why cats sleep the way they do. Out in the wild, they'll curl up like this. So if the just a cat Uber, he's cat Ubering him. So for the cat to not look concerned that the monkey is around its belly is probably a sign that the cat is friendly with the monkey. That's just me as I don't want to call myself a cat expert, but I've been around quite a few cats in my life. That's just my guess, but I don't speak cat. Speak monkey either. May look like one. Dear sir, could you please remove this monkey? You're watching on Twitch. You will be heading over to Echoplex Media, where producer Dave, HK, they're gonna give you fucking shit. German Shepherd and the Leopard. I didn't mean to let it go over to the next video. I'll have to save the German Shepherd and the Leopard for another time. You're gonna head over to Echoplex Media. Producer Dave, HK, gonna take real good care of you. I say that, but they're fucking watching Sam Harris. I'm sorry. I